action.
All the fun and all the games.
They all start here with All Stars Cricket. All new experiences for everyone.
All over the country.
Every session is all-out action all the time. All are welcome, all invited. Even mums and dads.
Skills,
Friendships, smiles, dreams.
it all happens here. All you need is delivered right to your door. Best of all, it even has your name on it.
All the activators are fully trained, and all they want is for us to have a great time.
Always.
Tap, ball,
Catch.
throw.
Try it all.
It's time to go all in, all together.
And it all starts with All Stars.
All you need to get started is at allstarscricket.co.uk.
Power your play this holiday at Dynamo's Cricket.
And that's a big moment in the match. Here and now 365. Amplifying brands in the UK.
Well, a very good morning, everybody, and welcome to Lords. The new county championship season is about to get underway. Division 2, the fixture, it's Middlesex against Gloucestershire. And as you can see, we're going to have some cricket on time. A little bit of a worry this morning that perhaps the rain might intervene. The covers were on for a long, long time. But there's the sight that we all want to see, the green, green grass of Lords. It's uncovered, it's ready to go. And we're ready to go up here. I'm Kevin Hand, delighted to say Alan Coleman is alongside me for this morning's session. Coley, well, the other thing everybody needs to know, the weather first. Secondly, the toss. Gloucestershire have won it. And Middlesex are going to be batting.
They are. I think every team who would win the toss on April the 3rd in these conditions at Lords would most certainly have chosen to bowl. Middlesex would have chosen to bowl, but Gloucestershire and Cameron Bancroft, the Gloucestershire captain, on the right side of the toss this morning. Gloucestershire win the toss and will bowl. Sam Robson and Josh De Caires will open the batting for Middlesex and will hope to get the team off to a good start. Weather being drizzled around, the warm-up was started. The warm-up was stopped. The warm-up was started again, but Carl McDermott and his team have done an outstanding job to get the covers off, the grass dry, and some cricket to start, as you say, Kev, on time.
Well, there's the teams that are on the screen in front of you, and Bancroft up the top there. That's a big bonus to have him in for Gloucestershire. I think there was a little bit of doubt as to whether he'd make this first fixture. Gabe Bell down the bottom, the other overseas. Some very familiar names in the visiting lineup there for Gloucestershire. For Middlesex, the biggest standout, I guess, is the backing of Seb Morgan and Navya Sharma, who I understand are bowling out of their skin at the moment in pre-season, and that's going to be a big boost because supporting Toby Rowland-Jones the last couple of years, and Ryan Higgins, of course, and Tom Helm and the like of the seniors, that's been one of the key things for Middlesex, is getting those youngsters who are so close to being ready, but getting them to make that jump up.
It is, and a bit of a statement of intent from the new coach, Peter Fulton, and Lewis Duploy as captain, that they've backed the two standout seamers in pre-season have really been Navya Sharma and Seb Morgan, as you say, and delighted that they've both shown that collective faith in the two young bowlers to put them out there in game one. So a really, really exciting bowling attack from Middlesex's perspective, as you say, the experience of Rowland-Jones and Higgins and Gohar, one of the leading spinners in county cricket at the moment, Zafar, and then the two young exciting seamers just to back them up. I think Middlesex, as I said, would have liked to have bowled first and seen their seamers on this, but hopefully there will still be plenty of favourable conditions when Middlesex's turn comes to bowl.
Well, there's plenty to pick into. There's the new man at the top of the screen, Peter Fulton, the skipper, and of course he wasn't skipper for the start of last year. That was Toby Rowland-Jones on the left of shot there, but Peter Fulton, second right at the top of the screen there, the new coach in place for the season, and first full season as captain for Deploy. So it is really a fresh start on the field for Middlesex this year, isn't it? From the start of the season. The reason they're out there early, we'll pick more through the team news and all the other bits that don't really matter as much, but what does matter is sadly the passing of Mick Hunt, head groundsman here at Lords for so many years, and very much when you thought of Lords you thought of Mick, all the great players that went through in that time, but Mick was one of the fixtures of this ground, forever associated with it, and very sadly the news of his passing quite recently, and the players will line up for a moment's silence here just before the start of play. There's the Middlesex balcony, and so yeah, the Middlesex balcony, and good smattering of members in already this morning. It is a cold and drizzly April morning here, so I'm sure that the attendance will pick up across the morning. Easter weekend as well, a long weekend, so a few away with plans, but yeah, a nice moment. Can we get the ground staff? Can we get the ground staff, please? And there we go. Mick Hunt, the head groundsman, gone far too soon, 74, no age whatsoever, and you think of all the years that he was here at Lords.
Yeah, Mick did an outstanding job preparing the pitches here for a number of years, obviously worked his way up as one of the junior groundsmen, I believe, to start with, and obviously ended with that stellar career as head groundsman. And Middlesex also, remember, Eric Russell was part of that minute silence as well. I think that was done on said on the announcement there. Former player who played over 400 times for Middlesex, passed away this winter. And obviously, as a club, both Middlesex and the MCC pass on condolences to any members who've lost loved ones over the winter period.
Yeah, indeed, well said. It's always marking the start of the season here, isn't it, for those members and former players that have been lost in the winter. But had a chat with Mick had a chat with the man who replaced Mick, Carl, the other evening, head groundsman here now, and yeah, it's really lovely things to say about the man and how wonderful he was about passing on the mantle to Carl, and anything that he needed, Mick was there for it. But also what he told me, which I really quite liked and didn't know, was Mick had very much a cricket life, but once his cricket life was finished, he was a man of St John's Wood. He was a man of NWA. He was the man about everybody knew him. He said he used to walk down the street with Mick and everybody knew him.
Yeah, a fixture of Lords and a fixture of St John's Wood, and not a bad place to spend your working career, far from it. And Sam Robson just shaking his feet and getting himself moving there in these slightly gloomy conditions. Yeah.
Speaking of work, there's plenty for Middlesex to do, and this isn't the overheads. Pretty heavy this morning. The floodlights are on, but we're just happy to have cricket, because all morning long there's been a little bit of drizzle in London, and certainly we'd have been concerned about the start time. Might be concerned across the day about an odd shower here and there, but the first concern for Middlesex we can see, I think that's slightly deceptive maybe, well hopefully it is, just how dark that sky is. That's over the back of us, I think, over the back of the media centre, so we can't see. Oh no, that's the Warner, that is the Warner, so yeah, not as bad as that looks on camera.
No, a little bit of an Instagram filter there, I think, stuck on that lens. Certainly doesn't look as bad as that from our position, but it is gloomy. The lights are pretty bright and pretty clear, though can't really see many shadows around the players at the moment, and that's always the indication of the darkness out there.
I had a chat with Leas, just getting our teeth back into the cricket itself. I had a chat with Leas Deploy the other day at the media day, and said, is it fair to say on last season my summary was that there was a contribution, particularly in the batting, from everybody, but rarely together. and not consistently enough. And he said that pretty much nails it. That's where, in particular, I think there'll be the focus. Obviously, we've talked about the youngsters. If they can make a breakthrough with the ball this year, that's going to be big for Middlesex. But as they go out and face a very, very challenging morning here ahead, you'd expect that is one area I'm sure that the batters themselves individually will be looking for a strong start.
Yes, definitely. Robson last year and Higgins both didn't really perform in the way that they would expect with the bat, and that put a lot of weight on everyone else. Obviously both fine performers, and both will be hoping for more today.
It's Williams with the first ball of the season, and it's on the spot straight away, nicely in behind that. Robson, that'll feel good, won't it, that first ball, right in behind it, middle of the bat. Josh de Carey's at the other end. Yeah, even Leas himself, he had a rough spell, didn't he, at the start of last year, which I touched upon with him, but I always know that April will be a difficult time, although Angus Fraser, if he's tuned in this morning, he'll be throwing something at the screen going, but the statistics don't suggest April's tough at all for the batters. But it's certainly set to be a tricky morning out there this morning.
Yeah, it could be. Will Williams, vastly experienced bowler from New Zealand originally, has made the move down from Old Trafford. Spent the last few years at Lancashire, now down at Gloucestershire. Obviously, Gloucestershire has seen a huge turnover of players, or fast bowlers specifically, over the winter, losing four of their seamers have gone on to different clubs. So a bit of a different bowling lineup than you would usually associate. Obviously, Matt Taylor still in the lineup and he's been there for a while, but Will Williams, Gabe Bell as the overseas.
On the spot again, Robson happily on the back foot to that one.
Yeah, I think you normally find this time of year the ground staff have done a great job, but you don't get a huge amount of sun, so the pitch will be on the slow side just because it hasn't baked in the sun as it would do later in the summer. So as you say, the ball bounced nicely there, but plenty of time for Robson to get onto the back foot.
It's a good shot, that pitch, standing in front of Sam Robson. That's a lovely shot, isn't it, to give you a little look at it. It looks a little bit greener from the angle we're at up here. Shape on that one. You can see actually on that angle we're on there as well, just those slightly green lines down the middle. We could probably see it more prominently from the elevated angle that we've got. Tap of the surface from Sam Robson. We mentioned Carl, we may well hear from him before lunch on the stream, which would be lovely.
Will be, yeah, it'd be great. Get some insights into the work that goes into producing one of these surfaces. Not an easy job the ground staff do, lots of long hours, lots of cold weather as well at the moment.
It's the first run of the new season for Middlesex. Robson off the mark. And a ripple of applause to greet the run. Like I say, gentle crowd in this one. It is a bitterly cold one out there. The wind chill isn't great. You can see the jackets are on. Not the usual packed house for the first morning of the season, but it is a very early start to the season.
It is an early start. I looked into it. I think in 1993 the first championship game was about April the 25th, I think. I looked into it recently. So yeah, it's we're a good 3 weeks earlier than the start in 1993. Obviously then there were a university round of fixtures before then, but in terms of competitive cricket, yeah, about 3 weeks earlier than it was 30 years ago.
There's the first over of the new season. First ball for Josh de Carey's. Well navigated from his part as well. Roland Butcher is in the commentary box next door to us. He might be in Sale at some point today, but he was saying about how the flight from Barbados would always leave packed with West Indian stars for the county championship season. Roughly around that day, April 25th or so, they were all booked to be in, and then they'd be playing the next week.
They would be, yeah. Slightly different now with the overseas, the in and outs that you generally get. And obviously at the moment, a number of players are either in Pakistan or the IPL. Both obviously T20 tournaments running alongside. And a few England players floating around this round, obviously. I think 6 of the Ashes squad are playing in this first round. So, yeah, a mix of overseas and England players playing across the county game today.
And it's going to be Bell to open up from the pavilion ends. To nip it back into Robson. We'll have strikes still scratching away at the surface now. 3 slips and a gully in place for an attacking start for Bell. to wait on that one again, Robson. Just getting in behind it, but there or thereabouts from Bell. Oh, well. Oh, it's gone! Down! That wasn't the full, I think.
Yeah, an extraordinary bit of cricket here. Gabe Bell drifts down the leg side. Robson times it into Will Williams down at long leg here, about knee high. We may get a glimpse of it here. You'd say he'd be disappointed he hasn't taken that. Probably not really expecting it, to be honest. You know, Robson has really timed that ball well. Has obviously got it out the middle of the bat, and we can see from our vantage point here that's, you know, it's travelled the best part of 50, 60 metres to get to him there.
It was as much surprise for me. That woke me up. It was a innocuous delivery, wasn't it? An innocuous shot, and that was what nearly was the downfall for Robson. It was a slow start for all of us there.
It was, but Middlesex and Robson thankful that one was put down in the Gloucestershire outfield. And these small momentum swings at early season do make a difference as you move through game one.
Another one sprayed down the leg side there. We always talk about the slope, don't we? Challenge for a bowler falling away with the slope from left to right as you look at the screen there, which can lead to the ball just going a little bit too straight or a long way down the leg side, much like that one. But as we said, it nearly brought the wicket of Robson.
It did, and as we know, and as long time watchers and listeners of your commentary, Kev, will know that the slope is running here from left to right. Well fielded there at square leg by Craig Miles, who's rejoined Gloucestershire from Warwickshire. Again, another mover this winter. But yeah, the slope runs from left to right, and Gabe Bell might just take a little bit of time here just to find his line. There is a bowl through, as they call it, on the edge of the square, so a little bit of a practice pitch. But normally, as the season progresses, there's more surfaces that the bowlers can use to warm up on.
Nice shot. Clipped away and down the hill it goes. I'll grab a couple. Think about the third, but Tool do.
Straight again from Bell, just into De Care's hip, clipped down to square leg, and yeah, I think that would be Bell's assessment of his first over at Lordshead this summer. Was just probably a little drop down to fine leg and have a think about how I'm going to work with this slope. Does take a bit of getting used to, but yeah, can very much work in the bowler's favour when you do get your line right.
Where were you on the slope sweepstake? It was ninth delivery, or was it 10th delivery? I mentioned it. There's the example of it. It slips away to the left, as you can see there, the lip at the bottom left of the pavilion, that a little bit more pronounced, but good to see. A number are still filtering in, it's just slowly filling up, and slow start on this Friday as well. Encouragement, slender figure, Williams. And that fraction fuller, watchfully played by Robson, and rightly so.
Yeah, 3 runs for Robson so far, all 3 through the leg side. So Gloucestershire clearly targeting the straighter line here, trying to make these two Middlesex opening batters play as much as they possibly can.
Action leg side again on that one. Williams, yeah, we talked about the batting, we talked about the bowling, of course the coaching setup. Peter Fulton in for the new season, a championship winner in New Zealand, of course.
Yeah, Peter, just not out on the balcony. Oh no, he is at the far left there, sitting next to Ryan Higgins. Yeah, Peter Fulton joined in March from Canterbury Cricket. Obviously played for New Zealand, played for Canterbury, head coach of Canterbury. Comes with a great coaching pedigree. Just clipped into the leg side for a single there from Josh De Cares. Yeah, and Canterbury a very successful season. While we were up at Nottingham for the pre-season friendly, he was showing us some of the videos of Canterbury celebrating their Plunkett Shield win. So a fantastic result. Congratulations to Peter and the players and staff from Canterbury Cricket. And they also made 2 white ball finals as well this year.
Tots finished the third, 6 without loss. So high expectations then.
As I've said in a few bits I've done, and I'm probably repeating myself, but yeah, we wanted somebody who's successful in both of our prominent formats now. That doesn't mean we don't take 50 over cricket seriously, but we know it sits alongside the 100 and it's a bit more difficult to plan for. But somebody with a proven record of success in 4-day and T20 cricket and producing international players, and Peter ticks all of those boxes. Yeah, very impressive through the whole interview process. Just found his line there, Bell. Just outside off stump, punched by De Cares into the offside, into the vacant cover area for a single.
How tough a process was it, the interview process? And Dane Villas obviously had his hat in the ring, didn't he? The interim coach last year, he was very popular. I know you thought very highly of him as well.
Yeah, very much so, and still do think very highly of Dane. I think he's going to be an outstanding coach if he chooses to continue down this line as he moves through his career. But his leadership presence that he brought halfway through last year was a fantastic addition to our playing group. But thorough and tough process, always very tricky decisions to make because you're trying to balance somebody's coaching pedigree with their philosophy of how they like to see their teams play, with the references that you build from all around the world, and then also trying to match somebody who is going to challenge and support the players in a way that's going to land as well. And that's a really important part of this as well, and trying to get that balance right was a tricky job.
It went relatively tight, didn't it, to the new season, the appointment. Was that as much because Fulton was a clear candidate, but obviously his availability was going to be difficult?
Yeah, we're very grateful that Canterbury allowed him early out of his contract. So he ended up arriving in mid-March, had a couple of weeks off, finished with Canterbury in February, a couple of weeks at home before he came over. And it's been great to have him with us. Yeah, the process, we took some time at the start of the process. Just played off the back from Robertson there. We took some time at the start of the process just to get it right, to ensure that we had the right criteria that we were looking for, that the setup was right, that the system was right, that what the head coach and the division of responsibility between my role as director of cricket and the head coach was accurate, and that does take a bit of time. And then these processes, you're trying to speak to people who are all over the world at varying times, and it's when you're trying to do 2 or 3 rounds of interview, it can take a while.
Bit of width, gets away with it though. Robertson picks out points. End of the 4th, Middlesex put in here at Lords on the first morning of the new season. They're 7 without loss. New scoreboard, it's the top of the tavern. stand was starting to be pulled down at the end of last season, the final round of games. We saw the demolition begin.
And a good conversation with Rob Lawson, the chief executive of the MCC, this morning. The seats have arrived apparently from China. A bit of a treacherous period, but the seats are here, and it's going to be open for our Middlesex's first Blast game. And obviously before then, there would need to be some test events. And when I say open, there'll be seats on it. I don't think the internal piece won't be finished, but it'll be a seating area that people can use and enjoy, and it's a great view of the ground from the Allen stand.
Oh, now that was a loose one from De Carey's. It was loose as much as anything from Williams as well, but De Carey's nearly sucked into it.
We spoke earlier on about the lack of sun and the slowness of the pre-season surfaces. Robson's tried to get a cutaway in the previous over and has mistimed it. De Carey's here as a ball that maybe in the summer would skip onto the bat a little more. Tried to throw the kitchen sink at it as well. Bit of a bottom edge, runs close to his stumps.
Scratching away at his crease there. De Carey's was just looking at how deep he'd step back into his crease on release. You can get it from front on a little bit. The impression, you can see he starts fairway behind the line as it is.
Yeah, it's a very astute observation, Kev. Yeah, so Josh is.
Can you not look so shocked, please?
So Josh, yeah, starting with a line straddling his feet, which is pretty common, and then his pre-delivery movement is taking him back towards the stump, and that's a batter trying to be proactive. You know, you expect the ball to move a little bit more early season, new ball. So the rule of thumb is you either try and get really, really close to it by going down the pitch, or you try and get deep and far away from it, so that the ball you can let the ball move almost, and that's what Josh De Carey's has chosen to do here.
Because there was a debate at one point, wasn't there, that whether he could be an opener or not. He came in and made a name for himself, and I thought he was unlucky. I thought he made good runs at the top of the order, and he actually made good runs down the order when he was running out of partners a lot of time, but he had to wait a long while before he got his go again at the top, but he's certainly taken that chance.
He has taken that chance. There was a little bit of an in and out. I guess we had a period of Mark Stoneman opening the batting, didn't we, up until a couple of years ago, so him and Robson were pretty much fixtures there in the order, and Josh had to wait his turn and earn his opportunity, and he certainly earned it last year in second team cricket. Averaged well over 100 in that period. Him and Joe Cracknell, I think Josh may have actually been over 150 that he was averaging, and the change of coach, Dane Villas, the change of captain meant, as it often does, a change of personnel, and Josh De Carey's in Championship cricket definitely benefited from that, as did Joe Cracknell with the gloves.
It's got to be regarded at the moment as one of the better top sixes. I mean, undoubtedly in Division 2, but even I'd go as far as to say the country. The amount of experience there, the amount of talents, the figures that are behind those talents as well. Max Holden in at 3. Seasoned pro as he is now, but he's always been there or thereabouts around the Lions, hasn't he? Former England under-19 captain.
Yeah, and obviously got 100 for England Lions last year. Forget that he played in a test match against India and got 100, which is a fantastic achievement down at Canterbury. And missed the last 3 games last year with a medical issue, but was got 900 runs in the games that he did play. So he would have, in theory, you'd think he'd have been on for 1,000 runs last year.
Leg side again from Bell. He's just having a little battle here, isn't he, Bell, in terms of the slope, even with all of his experience, the Tasmania man.
He is, and a fantastic take there from James Bracey. I was at an interview with James in an article, I think, on the BBC this week, I think it was, about his ambitions to still play for England. Obviously, it seems a few years ago now that James Bracey got that opportunity, but still incredibly ambitious and a very talented county cricketer, batter and keeper, has done very well for Gloucester.
Oh, now, for a moment there, it felt like Robson was just stretching a little for that early in the day. Good stop, though, by Phillips.
Yeah, brilliant diving stop. We'll get a good angle of this. That's a drive that Robson, I think, probably thought he was going to get 4-4, but diving stop there from Phillips.
It's old school. I've just got my heart in my mouth and you're playing that far outside the off stump first thing in the morning. Looked nice from side on, didn't it? How much prep have the batters had? I guess it's difficult for both batters and bowlers, isn't it? But with such an early start of the season, time out in the middle on reasonable surfaces, I guess it's a greater challenge for batters than it is bowlers in terms of just acclimatising yourself.
It is, and Middlesex again, the decision was taken to not go abroad, to have the marquee up at Merchant Taylor's School.
Single 20 over 8 without loss.
And I know obviously a lot of counties were booked to go to the Middle East, Abu Dhabi, Dubai, Oman, popular cricket destinations for pre-season trips. But Middlesex chose to stay at home under the marquee, and the men's, women's and disability teams have all been training on grass now from about the 5th of March, I think was the time that the team were in there to start with. So the batters have had a lot of time on grass. But yeah, game day kind of opportunities down at Hampshire, 2 days there, 2 days at Notts, and a few of the guys played the 3-day against Oxford University as well. So some good time on grass, and hopefully, and as well as 2 net sessions here, Wednesday and Thursday as well. So yeah, the boys have spent a good amount of time on the grass surfaces and should hopefully be acclimatised.
Is it fair to say that the tent at Merchant Taylor's, it does a bit? So for the batters, it's, for the bowlers, they're going to get more out of it, aren't they, than the batters?
It does. It's early season. It is going to nip around, as you would expect in March and April. Richard Ayling and Scott Patterson do a great job. They built their own lighting rigs this winter, so that was their winter project. So we've got some really dry surfaces, and yeah, they do favour a bowler more than a batter, but a great contest ensues.
It's a nice ball, and he's nicely in behind that there, Robson. That's the yelp from behind the stump, but a very thick inside edge as forward defence was resolute.
And talking Robson, this is obviously a game that he wasn't involved in last year. So Sam missed the start of last season on paternity leave. He missed the first 3 games, or did he play the first game and then miss the next 3? But rule changes meant that wouldn't happen.
Yeah, bless him. Sam Mr. Reliably shelled a few in that first game, didn't he? Because we all knew that his mind was elsewhere. He was putting them down left, right, and centre, as I seem to remember that first round.
So yeah, so now in that instance, Sam would have been able to play. Obviously waiting for his wife to go into labour, but Sam would now be able to play and then be replaced in the game as per the new ECB regulations. So a life event, meaning that Sam could have in theory played those games that he missed while waiting for labour to come.
He's just stretched for that slightly again there, Robson.
Yeah, Williams just getting the ball swing down the slope here, and Robson just being drawn in to play outside his off stump, probably, as you say, a touch wider than he would like to. And then obviously alongside that life event regulation, there's also an injury regulation now. But if a player is replaced through injury, it has to be a like for like replacement, and they can't play them for 8 days after that instance.
I That's a nice line, nice length again. Robson well watched. Once more.
And that 8-day window is built in so that in theory you miss the next round of championship games no matter when it happens throughout the season. But it's very much a trial. It started in the Sheffield Shield, have had it this winter, and I believe the statistic is about 1 in 5 games has seen a replacement. And there was obviously a high profile replacement used in the Sheffield Shield final that affected Middlesex.
Single to end the over, much as the last, avoiding the maiden. 7 done, 9 without loss. Middlesex. Go on then, get your teeth into it. What's your thoughts? Tear it apart for us. Are you pleased with it? You happy with it? You think things to think about?
I think that it's definitely something to think about. It's only in Championship cricket. That's the first thing. Obviously, I know at the IPL at the moment they have impact subs and so on. I'm not sure I'm of that line at the moment. My feeling initially was less so on the injury, but more so on the life event. I think there was an incident of a player's partner who was taken quite seriously ill and couldn't, then had to fly home. And I think in that instance, we have a concussion guideline already where you can be replaced. So I think in that instance, if there is a significant life event that takes a player away from the game, then I'm in favour of a replacement. I was less passionate about there being an injury replacement. I think some would say that is a part of the game, isn't it? That you pick your 11 and you go with it. And there's probably an argument to say then, should it not just be a tactical substitution that you can make? So in theory, would a better solution potentially be that Middlesex or Gloucestershire here name a 12 and you can replace at any time with your 12, but you can't replace, and it doesn't have to be like for like. And is that where this is going? And could we make it a tactical part of the game rather than just for injury? But yeah, as I said, my own personal position, not the position of Middlesex, but my personal position was the life event one. I thought was a nice one for the English cricket game to implement.
Yeah, and the most prominent example, I guess, in terms of the injury was Wokes, wasn't it? Walking out to try and win that test for England. It was, and I know, obviously that created a great spectacle. In that instance, if that were in county cricket, Wokes could have been replaced. It would have had to have been with a bowler. So it wouldn't have been that Wokes it wasn't Wokes walking out to bat. It was a top order batter. It would have had to have been a bowler. And that also, the other theory that sits alongside this really is that, well, the coach and the captain have probably picked what they believe is the best 11 to start the game. So therefore, if you're having to do a like for like replacement, it's a pretty hard thing to argue that you're making the team stronger. So there's very, very distinct arguments both ways. And also, let's not forget that for a long time now, county cricket, you've allowed replacements for England. So when England players have been left out, they've dropped back into county cricket, or when England players have been called up, players have been promoted. So the replacement concept isn't a new one in county cricket. Bit full of that one from Bell there, dragged Robson forward. A little bit of an inside edge, and a bit of excitement from the bowlers in there. I was going to say, the last couple of overs, it feels as though that's more in play now, doesn't it? They're just getting them on that front foot, the inside edge is in play. Just saying, Middlesex avoid a maiden. 2 overs consecutively. Will it be a third where they can avoid it with the last ball for a single? No, it's a maiden on this occasion. 9 without loss. Yeah, they've tightened up here, haven't they? Bell and Williams have just found their groove a little bit more.
And that lacquer will start to come off the new ball. And generally you do see that sort of 10, 12 overs onwards, the ball starts to do a little bit more than it did when it was completely new. MCC flag there, fluttering in the distance above the grandstand.
Mentioned the wind chill, that's it, isn't it? 12 feet, I think, that pennant is in length, or width, I should say. Heavily battered by the wind this morning. This man's running into it, Williams.
Yeah, it's certainly a case that that flag is flying away from the pavilion end here, so it's certainly the old school adage of you're either running uphill into the wind or downhill with the wind here. Obviously, wind or downhill with the wind here. Obviously, there is a slope from pavilion end to nursery end as well as the one going across the ground, though not as prominent as the one going across the ground. Second slope mention.
On the spot again. It's on like for like replacements. If it, if I had to nip off home, it would have. Well, you nearly had one there. We nearly had it.
For those who may have just heard the commotion, as Kev was about to give me a little bit of a line around who would we replace him with, he's managed to wheel his chair into a hole and crash into the Middlesex sort of banner that is sitting next to him.
I can't quite pick it up. I'm sure there's an injury claim there for work. The MCC, is anybody around?
Where there's blame, there is a claim. Problem is, I think you were to blame.
They're going to be billing me for the repair to the commentary box. I was going to say, would you be calling Atherton, Hussein, like for like?
Yeah, I think so. Surely, tough shoes to fill, yours, Kev, obviously, but I'm hopeful that we could find somebody slightly less clumsy to do so.
There you go. That's what nearly led to the like-for-like replacement needed in the commentary boxes. Disappeared down that hole.
Lovely drive there from Josh De Caires down to mid-on, no run. Fielded by Matt Taylor. I'm trying to think of an exuberant football commentator who could come in and replace you. That's your kind of style, isn't it?
That's where it all began for me, football. Should have ended, some may say. 9 without loss after 9.
Kev, thoughts on the new Castor kit there that the players are wearing? You can see Sam Robson's shirt, a bit more navy blue in it this year, a bit less traditional.
Oh, I was going to say it was nudging more towards that Middlesex tradition.
Tradition with the chevrons and the C axes.
Looking good, and yeah, a prominent alphabet sign on the back as well, as we've just seen as well. Our sponsors for the stream also.
And a move to go back to the C axis for white ball cricket, so the new Middlesex logo, which is obviously the one that's in the bottom left hand corner of the screen with the Middlesex cricket underneath. But for white ball cricket, for the whites for Championship cricket, Middlesex have moved back to the traditional, just the C axis.
Yeah, how did that come about? What was the thinking there?
I mean, they don't normally take fashion advice from me, but no, the inspiration was a Outground T20 game, an Outground Championship game at Merchant Taylor's. One of our members was walking around with the old sky blue Lucasade sponsored Middlesex one-day top, which was played in the Sunday League. And then that led to a theme of the chevrons. You may have noticed the training tops are light blue this year, reintroducing the kind of chevrons into the playing shirt. I know they were on the jumpers previously, moving back to the C axis in white ball cricket. So just kind of this theme of leaning back to the era sort of 30 years ago, really, where that pyjama cricket, I think as it was called for the Sunday League, was first introduced.
That's a nice little tickle. Pick up 2 for Robson. Just alleviate a bit of pressure. It had been, well, it was at least 3.5 overs of just 2 singles in that time. No sign of any Middlesex colours. There we go, Middlesex or Gloucestershire fans. Who are the most likely to have cracked the beers open already? Were they ciders or beers? The dot's finished. 2 off the over. Middlesex 11 without loss.
And that's a big moment in the match. Here and now 365. Amplifying brands in the UK.
First look at the ball of the new season.
Slight change in the balls this year from Dukes. Obviously no Kookaburra, and I think that's something that has been celebrated by some county members. I know our members seem to be quite strong on that when I spoke to them.
And commentators.
But yeah, slight change to the Dukes ball this year. There's a bit of an insert that's gone into them, which is in theory meant to stop them going out of shape. So just around the core of the ball there's a bit of an insert that's been put in. They've trialled it in the past and it's worked pretty well. So all of our balls this year have got this insert, and hopefully, so that's just pushed back down the pitch by De Caires, hopefully that will mean less balls go out of shape. It's quite successful in the England-India test matches at the end of last summer, where they sort of switched towards these balls. And a bit of a change of the stamp as well on the ball. Traditionally they imprint the year that the ball is made into the leather, but this year it's just printed on, and they think that has a performance benefit as well. So hopefully less ball changes, less time spent looking for spare balls.
Just waiting on that one again. De Caires deep in the creases we were talking about, looking for the steer on this occasion rather than going hard at it.
And just that pre-season, early season sort of slowness off the surface there. You would expect in July that would skip onto De Caires' bat a little more fluidly perhaps. But yeah, just the early season lack of sun on the pitch. But pitch looks like it's playing well, been very consistent, and the bounce has been good as well.
Leg side. Leg by signalled, whether he did get a little tickle on it or not, but I think it was missing.
Yeah, long way down. As you can see there, the indication is always the wicketkeeper James Bracey in the background, who's taken 2 steps down the leg side. They often try and step back in line just to convince the umpire that they haven't, but that occasion, ball definitely missing, leg stump.
Would have felt nice for Robson. Key scoring area, clipping through square. Good to have you with us wherever you're tuned in around the world. Sunnier climes perhaps. It's a little chilly here, but sunny days ahead, no doubt. I think the forecast maybe for Sunday might be a slight shower or 2 again. Floodlights just taking a little effect at the moment on the players. Just noted the shadow there of Williams running, you can fractionally see it there. Around the field as well. The foreshadows from the floodlights, the argument about the natural light being overtaken by the artificial, and indeed that was a chat as well, wasn't it, a little while back, about whether better off without the lights altogether. Whether that, ironically enough, would offer more playing time because you wouldn't have the natural versus the artificial debate. 11 done, 12 without loss.
I think there's a bit of research going on into the moment, isn't there? I think ECB are pioneering a bit of research around floodlights and their effectiveness and how we can make them even more effective to play more red ball cricket when you require floodlights. Obviously a challenge at the moment, but certainly something that can be done to increase the amount of playing time, which I think would be welcomed by that group of Middlesex supporters on screen. Change of bowling, Matt Taylor, left arm seamer into the Gloucestershire bowling attack. A very good performer over a number of years. Taylor, wholehearted left arm seamer, running all day, trying to swing the ball around. But has done very, very well for a number of years for Gloucestershire.
Yeah, but as you can see, tightened it up there, didn't he? I mean, it was never loose in terms of the runway, was it? But he certainly tightened up on the off stump as the spell went on. Good start from Taylor on the spot. Do like a left armer at Lords.
Agreed, yeah. Definitely from the pavilion end as well, using the slope back into the right-hander. Middlesex's left armer Noah Cornwell not making the final 11 for this game, but a very exciting young bowler, bowls good pace. Noah is continuously reminding us that he bowled a ball at 88 miles an hour last year in the T20, the fastest ball of the Middlesex summer, so he's got real potential to bowl fast, and that's certainly something that England are looking for.
Yeah, and we touched on it earlier, he'll obviously be bitterly disappointed not to be in this first one only, but that's what Middlesex are looking for the youngsters to be bitterly disappointed to be missing out, because it is about that next little row of seamers in behind. Roland Jones and Helm obviously missing out today, but Higgins, just for those, I guess there's going to be inconsistency in youth, isn't there? And I guess that is the best that Middlesex can hope for, is 'cause you can't hope that a youngster's going to be consistent all season, but that the youngsters are challenging each other.
Yeah, and it's a really good batch of young bowlers with Sharma and Morgan playing in this game, with Cornwell, Jamie Feldman, who got some exposure to first team cricket last year. And let's not forget Blake Cullen, who's had a injury ravaged couple of years, but is back bowling, bowled outstandingly well in the pre-season game at Oxford, making some really, really good moves. And forget when Blake burst onto the scene and played in the 100 as a very young man, and it's great to see Blake Cullen back bowling for us as well.
Was he an Owen Morgan call up in the 100? Was it Blake? There was also Joe Cracknell, wasn't it? Was called up as a wild card.
Yeah, I think that was the Shane Warne. Was that year one of the 100, I believe? Shane Warne as head coach. Cracknell, yeah, Joe Cracknell called in. Blake Cullen called in that early instance. And as I said, Blake, it's fantastic just to have Blake Cullen back bowling. Tall, pacey seamer, good skills, has had a lot of success early in white ball cricket. And it'll be fantastic to see him back out at Lords at some stage across this season.
Single to end and over, they'll think about 2 and they'll get back comfortably. 15 without loss. After 12 now, Middlesex. A solid enough start here. 47 minutes into the new season, having lost the toss. Just talking up how the batters will want a strong start, but of course they're facing cloudy conditions. Lee April losing the toss, but they've Done a fine job, this pair. Keeping the balcony sitting happy at the moment in the home dressing room.
Yeah, behind there a newly renovated home changing room and space behind. So gone are the baths out the back. Changes to the showers, making the changing space a lot more suitable for modern cricket with both men's and women's teams. So yeah, a really lovely addition and a fantastic bit of work.
Smelling a bit fresher in there?
Yeah, at the moment, yeah.
I was about to say, who's the most likely to change that?
No comment. No, definitely a huge credit to Rob Lynch, MCC, who's obviously in charge of cricket, Rob Lawson, the CEO, and everyone else involved in the pavilion and changing space renovations. They've gone down very, very well, and a really, really good investment in the cricket facilities here at Lord's.
I always say the wicket keepers are the worst to sit next to, but Joe Cracknell doesn't. I think Crackers. He's a man who smells good, I'd suggest.
Joe is one of the neater and more tidy wicket keepers. It's definitely fair to say.
He's always got a sharp trim, hasn't he? Crackers. Oh, for a moment they thought he was going to lift that one.
Yeah, Bell, who's obviously switched now to the nursery end here. 3 balls into his new spell, having bowled 5 overs from the pavilion end. Straight again there. De Care's just clip. Just looked like it fell short of Craig Miles at mid wicket for Gloucestershire.
Challenge on a very straight line here, as he did at the pavilion end as well, Bell, but just caused him to drift it a little down the leg side far too often. But
yeah, the challenge here is trying to stay at the batter, because the slope is everything about this slope is taking Gabe Bell down towards his slip cordon. And one of the good things to look at is where his follow through finishes and how sharply he gets off the pitch. If he's controlling the slope well, he'll end up somewhere down the pitch. He's very wide on the crease there as well, and that obviously means that he's going to be sort of pushed towards the left hand side as you look on the screen. You see his back heel's nearly touching the line, and then he's off the pitch there. And I think generally it's a good indication of how many steps they do while remaining on the pitch as to how well they're controlling the slope. Bell from Tasmania, but looks style-wise like somebody who's going to go well in England, doesn't he? He does look like a bit of an English-style seamer. Trying to swing the ball, trying to get the ball moving through the air.
speaking of style, Ray, the official photographer for Middlesex there, all kitted out for the new season. Sat there in, I think, the bottom of the grandstand, which is the closest to the square of the side on. That was the Warner, indeed. Yeah, we're top end of the square today. We haven't quite touched on that, I don't think. Just yet, early season. There's not too much to be drawn into it. Top or bottom of the square, is there obviously later in the season. You talk about the top being potentially a little drier.
Yeah, generally start at the top of the square. Traditionally here, this is the pitch that Middlesex played Kent on last year. Middlesex will then play Worcestershire next week on the pitch on the left-hand side, you can see, just behind the umpire at square leg. And then back up the top for game 4 against Durham. Carl will be able to correct me. I think this is pitch number 5, which, as I said, was the Kent pitch from last year. We play Worcestershire on the pitch behind on the left-hand side, and then we come back up onto pitch number 4, which is on the right of this pitch as you look on screen, and that'll be for the Durham game, all being well in early May.
Is that for Zaffa to dump another 6 into the grandstand to win it?
It was mentioned, yeah, when we spoke about this pitch, it was mentioned that this was the one that Zaffa hit the 6 to win the game against Kent in that fantastic last day run chase.
That was one of the great games for Middlesex here at Lords. I was trying to think at the end of the match, the players were reflecting on it. You know, it was the best finish since, you know, obviously there was the championship finish here in 2016, wasn't there? But yeah, that was quite the finale as the coolest man in town, it appears, Zaffa Gohar, as the balls were running out. Only one other wicket standing, Dane Patterson, back in the pavilion, who said he was full of confidence, but I'm not quite sure his colleagues were as confident in him. Zaffa seeing it home with a 6 to win the match. Of course, there was a fair old finish against Gloucestershire that went the wrong way for Middlesex, wasn't there, a couple of seasons ago, and it was indeed Zaffa Gohar's heroics with the bat for Gloucestershire that turned the game on that third evening.
It was, yeah, and that was really the game that cost Middlesex promotion back to Division 1 at the end of the 2024 season. A good win here last year against Gloucester towards the end of last. That was the last game of last season, wasn't it? A good win by an innings against Gloucestershire. But yeah, just going back to that 10 years since the championship win, I think it's 50 years as well since that first title win. Robson just steers that one behind square on the offside for 2 runs. Sliding stop by Phillips. Yeah, 50 years since 1976, and that was, I think, the sort of first year of that golden era that came through the 70s, 80s, and into the early 90s. And I think there is a celebration event planned, I believe, to celebrate both the 10 and the 50 years celebrations at the end of this summer.
Is my invite still in the post?
If you're still fit to commentate by that stage and you haven't fell down any holes, then I think you might make the cut.
Apparently, you can buy tickets to that on the Middlesex website. If you're not getting an invite in the post. 14 bowled, 17 without loss. There'll be a few there that saw it 50 years ago. Not too many, but a few.
Filling up a bit, the pavilion?
I was just going to say that they're filtering in, aren't they, this morning? Again, it's a funny one, isn't it? It's a kind of a lazy bank holiday arrival.
Is that your arrival you're talking about, Kev, or the...
Well, I'd like to... Producer Danny at the back of the box, I was greeted this morning, lastminute.com. Where's this coming from? Not happy with Danny this morning. First day of the season. Bright and early. We're first on the ground. Got to get first pick of the biscuits downstairs. Chocolate ones are always gone early.
Bit of chocolate on Sunday as well, obviously, Easter Sunday. This is the game of the...
You buy them?
I'll buy you an Easter egg. What's your Easter egg of choice? Kev, where would you go?
I do like Ferrero Rocher's. Bit of hazelnut in there somewhere.
Nice. I quite like those. You tried that Tony's chocolate?
Oh, that was good, yeah.
Yeah.
The one with everything, have you tried that one?
I haven't tried that one, no.
Have we got a chocolate sponsor for next year?
Edge through the slips there from De Caires. Stayed down. Wasn't ever a catching chance, but 3 runs for Middlesex. Bell looks like he's found his line a little more from this end. Obviously wide on the crease, as I spoke about a moment ago. Ball angling at De Caires and then leaving him down the slope. Soft hands from De Caires there to steer that ball via his outside edge through third man for 3.
Yeah, it feels like a better move, doesn't it? It may well turn out across the match that he settles into a better groove at the pavilion end, but right now at the nursery end it just seems to suit him far better.
Yeah, you'd say style-wise, it looks like a nursery end bowler to me, and what I mean by that is he looks like he wants to get round his front leg and swing the ball away from the right-hander. And a very boring coaching point here, but if you were to look at Bell's feet when they land, his front foot almost comes across where his back foot is, so he sort of closes himself off, and that means that he's going to go round his front leg and try and swing the ball away from the right-hander, and that's not too dissimilar to the style that Tim Murtagh had from this end as well. So feet closed off a little bit, very sideways on, and then trying to swing the ball away from the right-handed batter.
Dab to finish the over, 15 gone 20 without loss. Middlesex, you mentioned missing out on promotion potentially because of the match here against Gloucestershire a couple of years back, so we're about to hit the first hour of the new season. Just it's always tough to tell from there, isn't it, because it's at a slight angle, just whether a minute or 2 minutes away, a minute away from midday on the first day of the new season. And the first mention for Old Father Time. We've done the slope, we've done Old Father Time. Also, what's the rest of the bingo list we've got to get through this morning? What's for lunch? Done the chocolate biscuits. Whether the red velvet cheesecake's going to be rolled out later.
Nicely played by De Caires there, just on top of the bounce from Taylor, back of a length delivery. Just push the ball into the offside.
Bowler's bar, there we go. We've missed it before 12. We've always got to get the bowler's bar in before 12 and see who's sipping away before midday. Now, how close is that? Umpire's not interested.
Yeah, De Caires pushes that ball into the offside and doesn't look in a massive hurry to get there. A bit of hesitation. Still not in a massive real hurry. Gets his bat down in. Didn't quite do the traditional slide your bat in, did he? He sort of plonked it down beyond the line, but comfortably in there.
Suggesting Josh is a plonker. Oh, that's lovely. First boundary of the new season. And what a way to do it for Sam Robson.
Yeah, Robson's had a few out here that he's found point with. A few sort of pushes and a few drives that he keeps finding point. That one, he pierces the gap between point and cover. And 4 runs up towards the grandstand to get his boundary tally for 2026 off the way.
From 56, Robson, as you can see on the bottom there. De Caires calmly going about his work at the other end. 8 from 37. They look relatively untroubled. There's a committee room as we go through the the birthday boy as well. David Kendick, second left there in the. Have you had the invite? I've had an invite for once. Invite to a drink tonight for Kendo's birthday. What's his party hat?
Nice probing line there from Taylor. That ball just didn't look like it. It just held its line on the slope. Going away from Robson. Yeah, just a little bit of nip up the slope actually, and just bounced before it got through to Bracey, but very, very well bowled from Taylor.
Oh, that's a lovely ball. Robson turned around. Gets through the slips. His head snapped around Robson to see what the trajectory was off that edge.
After the boundary, a very good finish from Taylor's over there. Drawing Robson into the shot outside, and it's moved a long way. It's pitched a long way outside leg stump. See Robson just going across his stumps there with his front pad. Back coming down towards mid-on. Very well bowled from Taylor. Thick outside edge, bounced in front of slip. A really tricky one for the slips this, because as talked about the pace in the pitch and the lack of sun early season, they have to get very, very close. And that even that ball there still fell a good yard or so short of the Gloucestershire slip cordon.
Yeah, we started to touch on the game a couple of years back, weren't we, when Gloucestershire going for Middlesex here on that third afternoon with Zafar Gohar killing off the hopes of promotion. That's the hope clearly again for this year, is to be up there challenging for first or second spot.
Yeah, definitely. And Lewis Deploy, in one of his interviews he did on Wednesday's media day, was very open about the aspirations of the team. Lewis set out that he wants to win the division. He doesn't want to just get promoted, he wants to win the division, and that's the target. There's a belief that the squad is strong enough to do so. And then also continual improvement in the T20. Really, with the changing of the groups, it's a tough group to get out of now. There's 6 teams in the South group. Lots of home derbies and local derbies, which is great for the members, but traditionally the strongest group in the T20 game.
But it did feel like there was an improvement there last year. You know, I talked about it a few times and said, you know, those last 4 games for Richard Johnson, that the performances didn't come in those T20s. It obviously wasn't on those that the change was made, but actually those 4 games were probably, if you put 4 games together, they were probably 4 of the better games Middlesex have ever played in T20. It was I'm sure something that the team will want to take into this year. There was a confidence. They were more at ease with themselves. You could see in those games.
And T20 is a game of confidence, isn't it? It's a huge game of confidence, and it's a game of really, really fine margins. And in the last year, the analysis and the assessment of the T20 campaign was that 4 of the games were lost going into the final few balls of the game. So that's how tight it can be. But even so, you've got to make sure you're on the right side of those results, and you've got to make sure that you are the team that are dominating going into that final over.
Steer again to Careys, but cut off at gully. Yeah, I think it was there was a game here that was rained off, wasn't there, at the end against Kent. Then there was the performance down at Somerset. I think it was the highest total by a side, or the highest total chased by Somerset to win a game at Taunton, and dropped catches with the stories of that game. Then game down at Hampshire that they'd have felt they'd have won, they should have won as well. Was it Essex was the 4th in that run? I can't remember.
Yeah, the Hampshire game was the tie, wasn't it, in the last over, in that rain-reduced game. A win against Essex at Lords in a very tight finish that Tom Helm bowled us to victory in, and a win at Chelmsford, which are quite rare things, really, aren't they, in the history of Middlesex cricket, to win at Chelmsford in a T20 game.
Can't be his first trip. First one he's got him to wear a tie.
But the benefit of cricket being played in the school holidays, assuming that young man there is of school age. Yeah. But yeah, great opportunity across 4 days here, plus next weekend in the school holidays. Let's come down and watch some very good cricket played at Lords.
I think Mr. Ploy talked about was the international aspirations that he still had when he arrived at Middlesex. It was very much the thought that he'd be banging the door down for England, but the weight of runs obviously weren't there at the start of last season. He came good, didn't he, in the second half? But that's the area for Middlesex, isn't it? There's so much an expectation. I expect things to happen, but the records, as we said earlier, are there with the batters. You'd hope they live up to it this year.
Obviously, when Leas joined, just a leg by there for Robson down to a short fine leg. When Leas joined, he was as a local player but not English qualified, and he's now obviously got a British passport and is English qualified, so can now be in the mix to play in that cricket. And you would think that with the noises coming out of the ECB around county cricket, that any runs in any games of cricket, and a substantial amount of runs, could tip the balance in your favour for selection.
Gentle sprinkling in the bottom tier of the grandstand, aside from where the camera is. The tavern and the mound are shut, and the Edrich, but so the pavilion's well packed today. Finding that edge again. Wide of the slips. I was just wondering quite how many are in the Compton. I think that cheer just told us.
Well, I'm just wondering, and I don't know, there's obviously Easter cricket camps going on in the indoor centre, and I wonder if this is the lunch break and there's a few of the young people sitting in the stand there, because it was quite a loud cheer for 4 runs that we could hear in the box. But they're thick outside edge from De Caires. Taylor's been impressive over this last 6 or 9 balls. Threatening the outside edge of both Robson and De Caires. And the balls yet haven't carried to slip in Gloucester's frustration, but a very, very handy spell this from Taylor so far.
Yeah, it is the greatest threat so far of the morning, isn't it? The opening pair from their respective ends as they started tightened up. But there we go. Taylor's just got a little something going.
And we did speak about, right at the very start, we spoke about these Duke's balls. Once the lacquer goes off, they do move around a little bit more, and that one has bounced and left De Caires. Nod of appreciation from the Middlesex opening batter, but another beautiful delivery from Taylor.
Back as well, didn't it? The bounce on the last one, just angled across, and the last one coming back in.
Yeah, skillful bowling there from Taylor. 2 balls that have left the right-hander, and then the final one brings it back in down the slope.
Celebrating the start of the new season. It's here at last, folks. Bye from the champagne.
Even though it is pretty cold, it's not a bad way to spend your Friday, is it? A bank holiday Friday.
You've kept ours out back on ice, yeah?
Yeah, definitely out there with your red velvet cheesecake for the afternoon session.
Oh, it's a combination, isn't it? Champagne and red velvet cheesecake.
Craig Miles into the attack. She started out with Gloucestershire, been up at Warwickshire. Spent a bit of time out on loan last year, and he's now back at the county where it all started for him. Been a good county performer over a number of years. Probably not played the cricket that he would have wanted up at Warwickshire of recent times, and a number of seamers being signed by them this winter as well.
Replacing Bell. 2 stints for Bell from the pavilion, then from the nursery, but Miles now given his first go. Bit of shape back in on that one as well for Miles, who'll be looking to nip it away from Robson. Got a bit of a problem on his boot at the moment. He's not happy with something, just checking the dirt. Softer outfield, maybe just stud carrying a bit of dirt with him. Now, I tell you, that was or thereabouts on the leg stump, but look at the placement from Robson. 2 back. He's bisected them. Yes, no, to me. To you. Little bit of indecision. But it is a short boundary on that side to the grandstand, and Robson rarely misses out on his timing on the leg stump. It's an angle back in again. It's just the one that nips away now. Again, just push back on this occasion. Robson, he's still got that problem with his boot. Asking for something from the dressing room. Maybe it is just a loose stud that he's been trying to tighten up. I wondered whether it was a bit of early season soft dirt that had attached itself somewhere that he was trying to get off.
He was trying to use his bat handle to get it off initially, wasn't he? I've never seen that before.
Do you reckon it is dirt then? Signalling from the dressing room. So I wondered whether it was something needed tightening up on it. Do they still have the studs to be tightened, or has he got... It's not far away. By as it is, we'll see the line of that. The one that he clipped off his legs as well. He'd stepped a fair way across.
Yeah, full and straight from Miles. Yeah, it's drifting down the leg side, as you can see. See the direction again that Bracey is going. Thick bit of pad there, and the ball runs towards the pavilion for 4 leg byes.
Whatever Robson's problem is, we're about to find out. 40 without loss after 19. There we go. He's got the dirt off, but he's loosened the stud.
Luke Holman there performing 12th man duties for Middlesex with Tom Helm.
Even Luca mentioned he'll be disappointed as well when he up at 3 last year with the bat. 4 as well. Obviously he's got that competition now with Zafar Gohar in terms of the spin bowling places, but he'll be pushing as much as a batter once more.
And it's not often that a batter who averaged 40 in the season before is not playing in any county team across the country, and Luke Holman had a good season with the bat and the opportunities he was given last year in a variety of positions, as you say. But going back to what we were talking about a moment ago, traditionally in the county game, you would, Luke Holman and Tom Helm in this squad, they'll perform 12th man duties today, and then that role will rotate round with second team players for the rest of the game. Now with the replacements in place, you want Luke Holman as the next batter into the side at the ground, because if one of these guys gets injured, he is then ready to step in. So it's a real sort of tactical change that counties are having to adapt to this year, and making sure that the players who are potential replacements are actually at the ground ready to go. You can see here as it's zoomed in on Taylor, one of the things we haven't spoken about is the relayed outfield as well. So the outfield was dug up right at the end of the season last year. The Middlesex staff were doing appraisals with the players in the mound stand 2 days after the season had finished, and the outfield was being teared up and put into boxes for those that chose to buy a square.
Did you buy a square?
I didn't. No, I didn't.
Did you take a square?
I didn't take a square. there was a big pile of there were parts of the outfield that were dug up very, very neatly and presented very nicely, and then there were parts of the outfield that were done in a slightly more robust manner, let's put it that way. And there was an option to a few of the Middlesex staff were suggesting they might drive their car around and just load up the boot. Been a busy fielder today, that mid-wicket position for Gloucestershire. Lots of balls have been clipped by the Middlesex batters into that area. Shows the straight, tight line that Gloucestershire are trying to bowl. Just that fielder just in front of us, right at the bottom of the screen to the left of the umpire. On both ends, they've been a high traffic area in the game.
There was a little tickle, and De Carey's has to go. He can't believe it. Just offering the bat, following that ball from Taylor. We've seen them go across him. Well, that one coming back with the slope and just drifting away from the legs of De Carey's, who gets the finest of glances.
As is often the way, it's not the best ball that the bowler has bowled, but off the face of De Carey's bat there, strangled down the leg side, and well taken by Bracey with the gloves on for Gloucestershire down the leg side. But this is often the way, the ball, the batter can get drawn into those balls outside off stump that were moving away, and you can find that your weight is going towards the offside, and that can at times make you more vulnerable to the ball down the leg side. Unfortunate for De Carey's, he'd have a decent start there, soaked up 51 balls for his 12 runs.
First wicket goes, 12 for De Carey's and Middlesex, 40 for 1. So Max Holden makes his way out at 3. Brilliant start to the season here last year. It's Lancashire. Big ton in a game that nearly turned the game in Middlesex's favour. It was Lancashire holding on at the last after a good couple of days for the visitors to begin in that match. A very, very strong start to the season, which led to that Lions recall and that century, as you mentioned, against India.
Yeah, has just grown into being a very, very solid county performer, Max, when you look at his record over recent years. Obviously, he burst onto the scene as a young player, lots of high hopes for him, and has really come of age in both T20 cricket and Championship cricket in recent times. Obviously, a IL20 winner this winter with the Desert Vipers, and has just been picked up in the 100 as well, so he'll be joining the Manchester Super Giants in the 100 this year. But obviously his focus purely on Middlesex and facing Matt Taylor, who's bowled very nicely from the pavilion end and has offered a lot of threat for the Gloucestershire team.
Movement away again off the surface there. It was just late swing. We'll have a look back at the dismissal of De Carey's in a moment at the end of the over, because it might have just even straightened off the surface on him, where it looked as though it was always drifting away down the leg side. But different challenge here for Holden. 4 slips in place. Left arm up, looking to challenge that outside edge, but as we've seen him really get some purchase off the surface. Just going back up the slope slightly as well. Good leave from Holden to finish up. Wicket for Taylor. First breakthrough of the season for Gloucestershire and Middlesex 40 for 1.
Yeah, just another look at this dismissal from behind. Yeah, just held its line on the slope there. As I said, De Geer's just drawn over to the offside. And this is always the way, well, not always the way, but unfortunately you see so many of those through an English summer, don't you? Caught down the leg side. But I would say a well-deserved wicket from Taylor there. He's offered a lot of threat. He's caused both Robertson and De Geer's problems there, and has earned that wicket with the overs that he's bowled.
What do you make of the Division 2 lineup then this year? Durham coming down, Worcestershire.
I think it's very strong. I think it's a strong Division 2 this year. Durham, as you say, relegated from Division 1 with Worcestershire last year. Worcester have competed very well in Championship cricket now for a couple of years, having survived in Division 1 in 2024. Kent obviously had a poor year last year. By their own accounts, had some injury issues with their seam bowlers, which they've tried to redress this winter, as you may have seen in the media. But I think Kent are going to be a strong side. Zach Crawley obviously available for this round of games, and a lot will depend on him and the international cricket that he's selected to play this summer. Gloucestershire, as I said, have added well to their bowling ranks now. Gabe Bell, Will Williams, Craig Miles, some very good additions.
Oh, stretching for that one again, Robson.
Obviously the news this week came out that Ben Charlesworth is going to leave Gloucestershire at the end of the season. So they will see another player departure towards the end. It's quite early for that to be announced, but he's still here all year, and he's a fine batter at the top of the order for this Gloucestershire team. So I think as I said, I think it's a strong Division 2.
Into Robson's zone there. And that is as easy as it comes for Sam Robson, or he makes it look that way anyway.
Full from Miles, drifted into the middle and leg stump. Robson just times the ball into the corner between the grandstand and the Compton stand. Beautiful bit of timing. 4 more runs to the Middlesex total.
Yeah, what do they say? Strong Division 2, strong England.
There's obviously been a well publicised, very deliberate, proactive engagement from England cricket back towards the counties. Myself and the coaches joined a call with Brendan McCullum and Rob Key this week. I think Mickey Arthur from Derbyshire was asked about it at their media day yesterday. So yeah, there's a definite desire from England to look even more closely at the county championship, to pay slightly more attention perhaps than they have done in the past to it, or in the recent past.
Oh, a little inside tickle onto the pads. He's done everything he can to make sure that ball's not going to squirt its way through. He's smothered it, although I'm not quite sure he knew where it was. 21 done, 44 for 1.
Yeah, sort of come back at Robson up the slope. Looked like he was trying to play the old-fashioned late cut down to third man there, and then has bottom edged it. Not really sure where the ball's gone. Nudged it out the way.
Where is it? Where's it gone?
And he's not known for his football skills, Sam. I will say that. So probably not really aware of where that ball went, but escaped.
A bit early for the Easter egg hunt, wasn't it, for Robson there? He's clearly not going to do very well at it.
4 slips in place for Taylor here, as you can see them just on the top right of your screen. And he sort of looks to go across the right-hander against the slope and then look to bring one back. It looks to Holden like he might be trying to go the other way, using the slope and using the ball back into Holden as the surprise delivery. There it is. There's that away swing that we were just talking about. That one safely left by Holden through to James Bracey.
Good leave in the end from Holden. He thought about getting involved. Yeah, you mentioned that call. Of course, Brendan McCullum had a stint here at Middlesex, didn't he? In the T20. His debut was against Gloucestershire, as I seem to remember, at Merchant Taylor's School. I think he hit the first ball over our heads at deep mid-wicket for 6, and then quite possibly holed out second ball to the fielder on the ropes just in front of us.
Certainly played his cricket in an aggressive style, no matter what colour clothing he was wearing.
That's an aggressive bow tie, isn't it? I mean, I'm liking it. But it was an aggressive bow tie for a Friday morning. Although I'm thinking there might be a colour scheme going on there with the hats.
It is. Now that gentleman, and I'm sure if anybody's listening from Gloucestershire, I met him last year, I think in the committee room here during our game. But he was very dapper last year as well. A very good bow tie combination every day, and that's the reason I remember speaking to him, because it was a different combination of bow ties every day.
We're keeping our eye out for him tomorrow then, won't we?
And not a bad trip across, is it really? Into Paddington on the train from Bristol, quite straightforward. Wander down the canal into Lords, as long as the trains are working over the bank holiday.
It's 22 done, 44 for Middlesex. Put in here today by Gloucestershire. In fact, talking about games between Middlesex and Gloucestershire, it was during the pandemic, wasn't there, when there was all those call-ups to the England squad from both Gloucestershire and Middlesex, when was it the A team went down, then the B team went down, and John Simpson from Middlesex, and I think there's 3 players pulled out of a game at Cheltenham College from Gloucestershire as well. Maybe Tom Helm as well went with John Simpson on that trip.
Yeah, it was down at Cheltenham College. Tom Helm and John Simpson pulled out. I will say, not playing today obviously, but delighted for David Payne from Gloucestershire, who's been picked up and playing in the IPL. He's had a fantastic career with Gloucestershire in all formats, but mainly seen now obviously as a T20 bowler, and he's getting the credit that he deserves. So really pleased to see that. He's a wonderful guy as well.
Be doing well to remember the Gloucestershire 3 in that game, but Payne was obviously one. Hammond or Dent would it have been? Bracey the third, I'd imagine.
Talking Gloucestershire, another John Lewis back as former Gloucestershire seamer, back as director of cricket, so sits in the same role as I do at Gloucestershire, and wish him well for the role. Joins Mark Lane, who's head coach.
Former MCC, head of young cricketers.
couple of umpires sitting on the left there. Neville Kent, Matthew Watton. Umpire in the Middlesex League.
Oh. It's early season, you do get drawn in, don't you?
You do, yeah. Robson, who's looked in fine nick in the last few overs here, just having a little bit of a fiddle outside off stump at Miles there. Robson will be disappointed with himself there. Done some great work here, 75 balls for his 26. Done a lot of hard work here, and he won't be wanting to give this away easily.
Oh, he's clipped that from a very straight line. Hands on head for Miles. A little slap of the hands together as well afterwards. I've seen Robson pick up a few runs through the onside this morning, but this was very straight.
We have front pad just a long way across his stumps there. Animated reaction from the slip cordon there. And rightly so from Gloucestershire. They'll feel they're in the game though, with Robson looking to play that square to the deliveries. I think Sam himself will be wanting to hit that a bit straighter. I think in that back pass mid-on, that sort of line.
Step across from Holden as well. Yeah, they haven't beaten the edge that regularly this morning. It hasn't had that little bit zip perhaps to help them, but they have tightened up. When it has beaten the edge, it's more been a slightly loose shot, being drawn into something from the Middlesex openers. Again, understandable. End of the 23rd, 45 for 1 is Holden. Yet to get off the mark. There's a little spit of rain here at Lord's. We've talked about those foreshadows from the floodlights. How heavy is that rain though right now? It's just a little mist of it.
There is umpire Jack Chantry on the right. Worcestershire left arm seamer. Ben Debenham on the left hand side. You've got the new cameras on there. iHawk system tracking every ball that's bowled. It looks like they're happy to stay on.
Very much looked like Debenham was a get on with it man in that chat, wasn't he? Jack looked as though he was a little bit more in doubt. Looking over the back of the pavilion, it is there you go, you can see the little veil of shroud of rain that's falling, particularly those ones over the back of the wall on the right of the screen there, silhouetting the high rises in the distance. So Williams will come on from the pavilion end for the first time. So going back to the umpires, Cam, there's the ball tracking really kicked on then, because I know there was a little bit of excitement about it last year. Is it the same technology as last year? Though?
I think the technology evolves every year, and I think it's really it's very, very accurate in terms of, or it's now very accurate in terms of the recording of the ball and where it lands and the speed and so on. Umpires just coming together. Will Williams just going to change of bowling, but they're Chantry and Ben Debenham haven't even got close to each other there. They've given each other a little wave. It has blown in. You can see it through the media centre windows here. Will Williams doesn't get to start his spell there.
Early lunch. First day of the season here at Lord's. So, yeah, let's hope it just blows through quickly. It was always the threat, wasn't it? There's a shower around. It's broken up a little bit more on the horizon, but chance this blows through over lunch and we'll be back underway. But a pretty solid start for Middlesex. It's tough to say, isn't it, first thing in the morning, that first day of the season you lose the toss on a day like this at Lord's, but it could be a 3 or 4 wicket session. It was a tricky one, which Robson, we talked about those few that he followed, and that was as much the tight lines, wasn't it, and the difficult conditions, but they'll be relatively happy, I'd imagine.
And yeah, we're just going to pop up here on screen the wicket of Josh De Cares, ball down the leg side as we saw, attempted clip off the face of the bat down to Bracey and a good catch behind. Taylor, I felt, deserved that wicket. It wasn't the best ball he bowled, obviously, but he was a persistent threat and got the ball to move in the air and off the pitch. And I think that it would be wrong of me to say here, I think Middlesex, although only 45 for one, so not a hugely quick scoring rate, just under 2 and over, I think Middlesex will be probably the happier of the two in the first 23 overs, going 1 wicket down. Robson set nicely on 27, Holden yet to get off the mark, not out. You can see the bowling figures there on the right hand side from Gloucestershire. Taylor the sole wicket taker, 1 for 15 off 6. Williams very disciplined, only went for 5 runs in his first 6 overs and didn't get a chance to start his second spell there. Bell bowled from both ends, 8 overs, 0 for 10, and Craig Miles 3 overs for 9.
Alan Coleman, thanks very much for joining us on the mic this morning. Well, we'll hope to be back relatively promptly after lunch. It has been called, so a 40-minute interval. Let's hope the rain blows through and we'll be back with you here at Lords. But yeah, lunch it is. Middlesex 45 for 1, the live enhanced stream here from Lords, from Middlesex in association with Dapperbet.
Action.
All the fun and all the games.
They all start here with All Stars Cricket. All new experiences for everyone.
All over the country.
Every session is all-out action all the time. All really welcome, all invited. Even mums and dads.
Skills,
Friendships, smiles, dreams.
it all happens here. All you need is delivered right to your door. Best of all, it even has your name on it.
All the activators are fully trained. And all they want is for us to have a great time.
Always.
Laugh, ball,
Catch.
thrill.
Try it all.
It's time to go all in, all together.
And it all starts with All Stars.
All you need to get started is at allstarscricket.co.uk.
Power your play this holiday at Dynamo's Cricket.
And that's a big moment in the match. Here and now 365. Amplifying brands in the UK.
Oh, welcome back to Lords, and some good news. As the players are back out, the rain is away, and the players nearly ready to go. A little signal from the umpire. And 45 for 1 the morning session from 23 overs, the 1 wicket to go. Josh de Carey's little tickle down the leg side. But it's going to be Williams, who was to start his first spell from the pavilion end before the rain fell, or as the rain fell. He will get the chance to do so after lunch. 3 slips in place, a short mid-wicket as well. Adds a little bit of shape on that for Williams. 6 overs at the nursery end. Just the 5 runs, a tight spell. It took Bell a little while longer to tighten up his line from the pavilion end, but Williams was there or thereabouts on the spot from the off. But a chance now to see if he can be more effective. Will Williams, he's 33 now. Born in Christchurch in Canterbury. 78th first class match for him. 216 wickets at an average of 23. It's not bad. That's a good example of why testing Robson on that front foot. A bit of shape back up the slope again. Robson just working out those lines. So yeah, Canterbury lad. Williams, but his last cricket was with Lancashire. Played in the match for Lancashire here at Lords last summer. We mentioned that one. Max Holden going big in the second innings. He picked up 1 for 46 in the first and 1 for 48 in the second. It's a little too straight there, and also a fraction too short as well. Robson happy to rock back. He picked up Max Holden. He comes on to strike now. Caught Hurst in the first innings, 69 from 115 deliveries to start last season, and the second innings Williams claims Ben Geddes caught Hurst. The keeper, 74 for Geddes, so a wicket in each innings. Robson that second, Holden that second innings, 184. Turned that game and nearly resulted in a Middlesex win, but Lancashire to start last season were 8 down on that final evening, saving the game. More movement for Williams, just coming back into the left-hander, which should be swinging up the slope. Holden with a little acknowledgement back to the keeper and the bowler as they come together with a little word for Holden himself. Plenty of chatter there, plenty of cricket talk. Two players who love the game, live and breathe it. Students of the game. Robson always has been all the way through, but certainly Holden, as a young man, he could certainly see what a studious approach he had to it all. There's the members' pavilion. Top balcony. A few still taking their seats after lunch. So it's windy out there. Cameraman Paul down at the media centre. He was wrapped up fully when he came up for a cup of soup. It's a fourth over from Miles, again starting up before the break for rain, which resulted in lunch. Nicely done. Smothered in the covers. All part of the game, isn't it? Just keep those runs down. Middlesex flag not kept down. And just picking up. It's a heavy old flag, that one. Size of the pennant, but it does seem to blow a little bit easier than the flags. I'm sure there's a scientist out there going, well, obviously. It's pretty gloomy though behind the MCC pennant behind the grandstand, as you'd have seen a moment or so ago on the wide shot of the skies over the top of the north of London. Well left. That's one thing this morning for Middlesex, and that bat was beaten. It was mainly after being drawn into something a fair way outside off that they shouldn't have got involved in. 85 balls now for Robson. Again, it was a slow start to last season. We mentioned it with Alan Coleman, the director of cricket, who was on earlier. For a few of the batters last year, Robson one of them. Be very, very keen to hit the ground running. Actually, looking back at that Lancashire game to start last year, he was 70 in the first innings, Robson, so it wasn't that slow a start. Second innings just 3. That's through. Piercing that tightly knit cover fields. Oh, not quite going to make it. Right in the corner flag from Robson. Just missing the corner flag. No smother in that one. Good stride from Robson. Well done. Oh, same slot. More open face from Robson. Excitement in the field. It wasn't a catch. For a moment they were all thinking about going up. Phillips a fine fielder. See the ace open there of Robson. That was a brilliant piece of fielding as well. Quite hit with the same purchase as the face opened from the Middlesex opener. A single to end the over. Middlesex bringing up the 50 with that boundary for Robson there, 51 for 1 after 25. There we go, everybody taking their seats again. Some important hydration on the first day of the season. Oh, he spotted us. Go on, give us a wave. Raise a pint. I think that was half a raise on the far end, wasn't it? A few nervous looks there. Do you think they're meant to be somewhere else today? Camera spotted us. Keeper standing up now for Williams. Robson on strike. Mid wicket's just coming a little bit straighter and a little bit closer as well. Oh, that's close, and that's gone. I think Robson knew it, the way that he walked to square leg. Some good shape Some good swing from Williams. Robson, a step across with that front pad as soon as he missed it. You knew he was in trouble. You can see the lines of it from behind, which look pretty good as well. Little hesitation from Jack Chantry, the umpire. And there you go, just that little bit of late swing, straightening on Robson. Solid start, 89 balls, 33 runs, but Williams with the wicket, and Robson has to go. Middlesex 51 for 2. Time for the skipper, Elias Deploy. Skips to the middle. The job to do, 51 for 2, only in the 26th over. Both openers gone, and the numbers 3 and 4 both on naught as Deploy makes his way to the middle then to face the first ball. So a reset here for Gloucestershire straight away after the interval. This will give them a chance to get going again. Good pre-lunch session for Middlesex. It was one of those mornings, floodlights on, grey skies, first game of the season. Very early season indeed. A good toss to win. Can they back it up, Gloucestershire? This man will hope not. Lost the toss, but he wants to make a big impression with the bat. Arriving from Derbyshire. Hungarian passport at the time, British one now in hand, so eligible for England. First class average of 50. He's one of the finest in the land. They'll need a fine innings from him here, because you'd expect that the Gloucestershire team will have their tails up after lunch. Shortened session in the morning. Didn't quite get it right. They were a lot wrong, but they're doing it better as the session went on, and certainly to start this one. Here's the first ball for the Middlesex captain. And he's off the mark, first ball. A boundary to begin the season for Deploy, that'll feel good. Shorter boundary, but that ball races off the middle. There's that movement out the hand, but around the wicket into the left-hander. It's into the slot. And Deploy will run 3. Good stop. Tumbling effort down there from Charlesworth. Scoreboard's gone with Charlesworth, but no, it's Miles. Do you think what had Charlesworth done to be banished to long leg? Rare scoreboard error. Now, that one go the other way to Max Holden. He'll be glad he left that well alone. 62, 26th done. And this is the fall of the second wicket. That's from behind, as I say. The lines from there you can see looking good. But equally from the front, just there. Taking middle and leg. No hesitation from the umpire at all. You can see Robson turn to the onside, and a little prayer, no doubt, but not answered. One of the turrets up top in the pavilion. Wide from Miles to start up around the wicket to deploy, to bring that ball back in with the slope. Fielder in the deep there, just seeing shot. 5-4 field, couple of slips, but clearly from around the wicket, that angle creating a chance to lift it to that big boundary, long leg below the home dressing room at the top of the screen. Deploy no full though. He'll steer them and tickle them and do his best to resist anything, putting anything big down the throat. The deep backward square. Floodlights on all morning. Floodlights on. The skyline's in the distance. You might just have a look at the field and that wide shot there, but you'll have seen over the top of the pavilion, I'm sure, that the sky is pretty broken up behind the pavilion and looking a lot better for the afternoon than it did for the morning. Did well to get those 23 overs in. That's really good from Miles, just into that channel outside off. Holden's got to think about that coming back down the slope. Oh, that's brilliant. Very, very good. Anything could have happened there. A little tickle. The Rebale flew in the air. Look at the shape on that. You can see as the ball disappears from behind there, it's on one angle and then all of a sudden it appears flying through at that. There's our post-lunch summariser. Slightly late. We won't hold it against him. Starting to do a bit. 28th over. And through the air. They're just getting a little bit more out of this ball now, which all of a sudden everything happens at a little bit more pace. Apart from Mercer's walk around the boundary rope, which is painfully slow. A little bit of heartburn after lunch. What do we think he had? Coaches get the full dining room experience here at Lord's, I'm sure, as well, the players' dining room. Let's find out from Mercer what was on the menu. Yep. Yes. President's box not filled today. The one to the left though looking pretty busy. What's going on up there? Apparently that is the Plum Club. Again from Holden, 2 from 20. Both Robson and De Carey's racked up the balls faced. Another good one. Holden left in low man's land. Oh, just a little dabble. There we go, end of the over. 62 for 2.
And that's a big moment in the match. Here and now 365. Amplifying brands in the UK.
There we go. Proper hydration, some water. Deep in conversation as well. Packed lunch. Now. This is where that field is set with the deep backward square leg. See if Deploy goes for something. He's through playing a completely different shot to that which he first intended. Miles dropping it in and saying, what do you fancy? Deep backward square leg set back. Just see it actually. Let's have a look, see if it just go, didn't it? Changed its line off the surface. You can see Deploy at first was thinking leg side, but that's why he replayed the uppercut. Now look at the bounce on that one. Down the leg side. Good take. The keeper. Ninth over the innings here. A few other games just heading towards lunch. 62 for 2 here, midway through the over. Looks like we disturbed him midway through his lunch. Tim Mercer's alongside me in the commentary box. A bit of heartburn on the way round we saw there.
Yeah, it was a little bit. It was probably that second scoop of ice cream I had.
Chocolate, strawberry.
Chocolate and vanilla, yeah, standard.
What was the main?
It was chicken supreme for me, but you could have had salmon or pea and ham tortellini. So there was, good options today.
Long step across there from deploy, tickles it to the deep backward square. Advance down the track there. He's been testing them miles from around the wicket. Winter well?
Yeah, good, thanks. Mainly been here at Merchant Taylor School. Quite a few of the lads kind of went away, so we didn't have loads of boys for lots of the winter. But yeah, good. Got some good kind of prep work done for the year. Everyone's ready to go. Everyone's fit. Touch wood at the moment.
You keeping fit? And I don't say that lightly. It is a tough job, the coaching job, isn't it? I know.
Am I keeping fit?
Yeah.
I'm trying to, in and around.
The coaches said to me they were so grateful to have you because you were coming out of your career bowling fit, player fit. They were all exhausted with all the throwdowns and the rest. At least we got Mertz to keep us going, which hasn't been said often, to be fair.
It's a tough place to be if I'm the fittest member of the backroom staff, if I'm honest.
Well, you're only up against Sauls, really, aren't you?
Yeah, and Cootsy. I mean, yeah. He looks older than me, but he's actually the same age.
Well kept out. I'll watch by Holden into the 29th, 63 for 2.
How was your winter, Kevin?
Quiet one, actually. It's quiet. Looking forward to being back up here. Miss me?
Any football? Did I miss you? Yeah, I guess so, for parts of it. Yeah, it's obviously great.
Can you name those parts? Not off the top of your head.
No, none that come to mind. It's obviously great to be back and great to have the season, started again, albeit slightly colder, damper conditions than you would ideally like. But
nice new dressing room though here. I haven't seen it yet.
Yeah, they've extended out the back, so us coaches actually have a peg to put our clothes on now.
Good stop. Point. Saving the boundary. Usually it comes out of deploys, the middle of deploy's bat. That's racing to the ropes. Mercer-esque at backward point.
I thought you were going to talk about the shot.
Actually, to be fair, I always talked up your batting. I don't
I don't know why. No, I was there for a good time, not a long time.
Missing it yet?
No, people keep asking me this. This is my third year of not playing now, and I've always said it's a really good sign that I don't miss it. I kind of squeezed every ounce out of myself that I could from playing. So no, absolutely not. I've enjoyed the role that I'm doing now, and just trying to find different ways that I can sort of add and improve some of the young bowlers, especially coming through.
Actually, I feel like I've seen a lot of you over the winter. You've been a social media sensation on the Middlesex channel, haven't you?
I don't normally like it, but there seems to be cameras everywhere at our training sessions. There's microphones.
You must be terrified of all the microphones.
Yeah, I've got to be careful with what I say. You never know who's watching, but I think it's been really good. Everyone sort of commented to me how impressive all the social media stuff is, and what those guys do behind the scenes. I think it's been really good.
There's obviously a fine crop of youngsters coming through at the moment, but actually they're the ones who possibly are most likely to be away over the winter. How much of the bowlers did you see?
Bowling wise, there was Helm, Roland Jones, Blake Cullen, Sort of Brooksy went away. Noah went away for 6 weeks to Australia. I know where I'd rather be and choose if I was him. Who else? Ish was around. So there was probably about half of the seamers around. So it was nice to get some technical work done, especially with Blake, you know, coming back from a stress fracture and surgery, and sort of building him back up and tinkering with parts of his action. That's, you know, been something I've enjoyed doing with him, and we've kind of shared a lot of time together looking through video footage and getting him back to where he wants to be, and touch wood, he's been brilliant so far.
30 done, 64 for 2. Tim Mercer's alongside myself, Kevin Hand on the mic this afternoon. Physicist, isn't he? Is he a physicist?
Who, Blake?
Yeah, Blake Cullen. He was studying at Hampton School.
He
So
did
when
do
finished
a
his career,
degree. I don't know in what, if I'm perfectly honest.
you didn't discuss physics with him then?
We didn't. No, maybe the physics of the bowling action, but not. No, not. But yeah, he's been great.
How's he looking? Because it's been a horrible couple of years.
Yeah, really good, really good. As I say, we're taking things day by day with him, and he's desperate to get back out there playing at some point, and he will, because he's done everything, you know, he could have asked of himself or been asked of by the coaches or the doctors and medical side. So fingers crossed we'll see, you know, an even better, new and improved Blake Cullen this year.
That's a lovely shot by Deploy. So close to one of those in the last over, that one. It's comfortably through the covers.
That is a nice shot. It's been slow going, hasn't it, so far? I haven't seen loads of it. I've been out the back with the guys who are not playing. They had a net session in, squeezed a net session in before the rain came down. So, yeah, I think sort of the fact that we didn't lose too many wickets in that first session is always a bonus when you get stuck in on April the 3rd or whatever we are.
Yeah, Alan Coleman was saying, you know, the lack of sun that's been around, the lack of heat, it's obviously going to slow the surface down here a little bit. There's certainly a little bit more movement after lunch than there was before. All of a sudden, once there is that little bit of movement, as you all know, it feels like it quickens things up, doesn't it?
Yeah, we talk about it here actually. It's often you want to bowl first here, especially in April. I think generally around the country, I haven't seen too many of the other games, but I'm sure sort of most guys have probably chosen to bowl first. But yeah, it's often a case here where sometimes it hardens up and quickens up, and day two the kind of nicks and any nip that there is goes a bit quicker. So we'll certainly be hoping for that, hoping that we can battle through today and tomorrow it harden up and do more.
Nice to deploy again. Use of the feet. Return to the onside. And the competition for places for the bowlers for this one. Nabia Sharma getting in, and Morgan as well, keeping out the likes of Helm and Cornwell, who had such a good year last year. Was such an exciting talent himself, Cornwell. But
it is. Look, it's been tough. They're the kind of tough decisions that we wanted, and sort of with Pete Fulton coming in as new coach, he's had the opportunity to see each of those guys play at least one game in pre-season. We haven't had loads of cricket, not as much as some of the boys would have liked, but he's got a chance to have seen all of them.
there's that bit of movement.
But yeah, it is. It's good, healthy competition. It's tough. It's tough on Helmy. It's tough on Noah. It's tough even, you know, other guys that we've got, Ish, Brooksy, Blake as well. We've certainly got plenty of options if everyone stays fit. So there are going to be some hard decisions to be made at different times throughout the season. But yeah, that's, you know, something that we want to embrace and give Fultz and the captain, you know, as many tough decisions to make as possible. It means everyone's kind of pushing each other.
Go back to Blake for a second. It's actually quite hard to ask you about bowler rehabilitation because you never injured yourself. There's one hamstring injury I pretty much remember, but for Blake, is it a case of easing him back in the seconds, just getting overs into him?
Possibly. We've spoken to him. We're kind of dealing, as I said, with things day by day. We've not set any specific competition, or we've not kind of limited him to just playing white ball cricket. We're keeping an open mind to everything, and if he keeps progressing the way he is, he's already impressing the captain in the nets and the sessions that he's done.
I was only tentatively. That's a quick single. It's trouble. The throw misses. Holden drops the single. Nearly dropped a clanger if Miles had have hit. Deploy was gone by a fair way.
Not the best thing to do, run the skipper out in the first game of the year. He was gone by a long way, wasn't he?
The running takes a bit of getting used to again, doesn't it? Start of the season, 72. Yeah, I was tentatively going to ask you that. How's he looking, Blake? 'Cause you don't want to put that pressure back on him. But for those certainly Gloucestershire viewers that might be tuned in at the moment, but even some Middlesex fans, if they're in and out, wouldn't have seen much of Cullen. When he first broke through, he was one of the most exciting talents on the circuit.
Yeah, he was, and we want to try and get him back to that place. And there's no reason that he can't. He's got a rod in his back. He's a big screw that's kind of been placed through his spine. So hopefully that will just stabilise everything even more. And as I say, he's been fantastic to work with. I've really enjoyed it. He's always looking to improve and to tinker, and how he can sort of take himself to the next level. He's a great learner and picks stuff up very quickly. So yeah, I'm really excited about what can potentially happen.
And how's the new fella, new boss, 2 weeks into the job? But I assume you must have had, from the time that he was announced, appointed, to the point he actually landed, I'm assuming there were probably a lot of remote meetings, as we're all used to in this world now anyway.
Yeah, we had meetings on a Friday evening. Not my usual speciality or time.
I was about to say, that's a standard
time
Friday
of week
meeting
that I'd
for you,
want
isn't
to
it?
have. But we'd meet at 6 p.m. on a Saturday. Sorry, Friday. Which worked out, I think, probably 7 a.m. for him. So he was looking a bit bleary-eyed in the morning, and we were probably a bit exhausted after exhausted after a week's work. But no, he was very keen to hear how everything was progressing throughout those couple of months. I think his sort of visa and stuff like that took a bit longer than he would have liked. He would have liked to have got over a bit earlier, but.
It's a lovely shot. That'll feel good, especially after the near run out the last over, to feel one out of the middle like that.
Yeah, nice from Maxi. He's obviously taken a while to get himself going, but it's almost the case of, as I said before, not losing too many wickets. We've got some stroke makers from 4 downwards that can do some real damage later on if they're batting against a new ball, against a slightly weary attack in the first game. We'd be confident that we can make up those runs later on. So Maxi's been great for us at 3. He was a real kind of anchor last year. Had a pretty, I think, scored just under 1,000 runs. So he's been that kind of stability that we've yearned at number 3. So yeah, hopefully he can kick on and have an even better year this year.
He got 184 in the first game of last year against Lancashire, and this man Williams, who was playing for Lancashire then, he'd certainly take that again.
Has it swung much this morning? As I say,
No,
I've
it's
not
only been
seen-
after lunch that really. There's been a little bit this morning, but after lunch, last couple of overs just before you stepped up here, it started to move a little bit. A couple of absolute jaffers from the nursery end in particular.
Yeah, there's definitely a little bit of shape there, isn't there? Sort of probably a bit wider than he would like, but yeah, they've got the ball moving.
And your old mate Toby still going?
Old Toby is, he hates it when I call him old. He is, yeah, he's been fantastic. He's sort of experienced now. He knows what to get out of himself throughout the winter. He didn't start bowling till January, but I think he's as fit as he's ever been, and he looks after himself really well now. And yeah, you can see with Toby when the season's getting close, that kind of intensity, and he sort of picks his knees up and starts charging in. So yeah, himself and Higo are two guys that we never take for granted here, because they had such good seasons for us last year, and they've got big roles to play within the club, not just their own wickets, but passing on their knowledge and helping the younger guys who, we've got some exciting youngsters, helping these guys come through and provide the next kind of crop of Middlesex seamers.
Well, that's the thing, you held on as long as you could, didn't you? But there is that little bit of gap at the moment, isn't there, between Roland Jones and Higgins and that kind of experience, and the guys who are coming through at the other end. Obviously Tom Helms, experienced in terms of age, but injury has been unkind to him over the years as well in the first class game, hasn't it? There's just that little bit of a gap, isn't there, between the two in terms of the very experienced at the top for Middlesex and the rest.
I love that. Held on as long as you could.
To help Middlesex out, I still think you could have held on a year longer.
No, exactly. It becomes part of your job as a kind of experienced seamer, especially as I said, with the number of youngsters that we do have in the squad. It's the natural progression to kind of help these guys out.
It's Taylor. First time at the nursery in this spell. What did you go out for? Did you go out with an 8 for? What did you go out for in the end? There was an 8 for that season, wasn't there? The last game here.
Yes,
in
maybe.
Road?
Yes, I did. I think 6 and 2, but yeah, Warwickshire. Unfortunately, we lost that, and
Was
then
it Kent to begin
got
the season?
relegated
Didn't
the
you
week
get a-
after.
When you weren't playing.
When I wasn't picked, you're right. Yeah.
Don't forget to bring the ice cream up next time. Was it a 10 for to start that season as well against Kent?
There was a game at Kent here, yeah, where the ball went round corners, and I don't think the game lasted particularly long.
There you go. There's that bit of movement again.
Which is always kind of, as a bowler, you're thankful for that early in the season. You don't want a absolute flat one where you're kind of spending a day and a half in the field, which I think we actually did have potentially first game of the year. It was the Glamorgan one, wasn't it, with Kookaburra ball?
Yeah. Sam Northeast.
Even last year's wicket was very good. That was a good pitch. The Lancashire game, that was, makes for sort of really good cricket early season.
Slightly coming back in. Just watchful from Holden. Relieved to see the end of the Kookaburra for your bowling ranks.
I think so. I think, yeah. I mean, we spent a lot of work last winter working on it. Someone like Higo, who really struggled the year before with the Kookaburra, we spent a lot of work in that winter working on his Kookaburra skills, and he was excellent in those games last year. I think he averaged 15 with the ball in those games. So yeah, he was just starting to find a way to take wickets with it.
Oh. Down but safely. I mean, it's almost a redundant conversation now, isn't it? But what was the secret for Higgins? What was it that he changed up to find that success?
He just changed up his lengths. He put at different points was bowling bouncers, different points trying to bowl leg stump half volleys with 3 catches on the leg side. He just sort of almost opened his mind a bit more to finding different ways to get out. I mean, he bowled fantastically well throughout the whole summer, but especially with the Kookaburra, yeah, as I said, he was maybe more open-minded than it had been in the past. But yeah, I think if you ask most bowlers around the country, the fact that it's 14 games with the Duke ball, I think they'd be pretty happy with that.
Your old mate Harry, he's hung them up, hasn't he? James Harris. Sent him a message the other day. See him in a commentary box, no doubt, somewhere. Yeah,
he's got a job with Trackman, funnily enough. So we spoke to him last week when he announced it, and we're in a WhatsApp group, and there's myself, Finney, Jimmy Harris.
That's nice from Holden. And he's got it right in the gap as well.
Lovely shot. Yeah, we've got a WhatsApp group with Harris, Finn, myself, Robson, Roland Jones, and sort of Harry just put a message in there saying another one's gone. I'm joining Finn and Murta on the sidelines. Just Robson and Roland Jones left. So yeah, we're having a sweepstakes, see how long those two will last. But yeah, he was a fantastic performer for us at Middlesex, especially around that time we won the championship in 2016. He had some, fantastic seasons, not just with the ball, but with the bat as well. And just a great lad to have around, really infectious, always full of energy, slightly mad as well. But I think you probably have to be slightly mad to be a bowler. But yeah, we all sent him messages and saying what a great career he'd had, and a shame that he'd finished.
Got that 9 for here against Durham, didn't he? Best post-war figures after Richard Johnson's 10 for.
He did, yeah. I got injured in that game, so he had to bowl my overs. So I was grateful for that. But
so you'd have had the 9 for if you were fit. He was bowled. If you remember it was gale force winds hitting there was a storm hit the country that weekend, didn't it? And he was running headlong into that gale force wind.
He was always one who wanted to do that. As I say, that's probably part of the madness. He would, on his days off, go for 80-mile bike rides. So anyone who does that after a 4-day game has got to have a bit of a screw loose. But yeah, he was a great competitor for us.
Bell's back. Had a better spell at the nursery end, his second spell, than his opening spell at the pavilion end. Someone on the move. In the pavilion, though, delaying matters. Or was sight screen wasn't quite in place.
These batters pick up on these things, don't they? Probably some bloke wearing the wrong coloured hat up there or something.
Was it a lady in an orange jacket last year, I remember? Wasn't it? Or a red jacket last year?
It's usually Robson. Robson spies these things from a mile off. He still cannot understand how people can be allowed to sit in front of the sight screen. Which I sort of guess it's a bit of a odd thing. It's probably only Lords and possibly the Oval. I think you can do it as well, but there's not many grounds where you have people actually sat behind right behind the bowler's arm under the sight screen.
It's that or you give up the Lord's lunches, Robbo. What do you want? Can't have it all. Are you able to give it to the batters more now you've retired as a former bowler, or are you able to give it more as a fellow player?
Probably have to be a bit more empathetic now. Actually spending more time with them than I usually would have done when I was playing, because throwing balls or whatever in the net's helping out. But I never have, too much sympathy for them.
I thought you were going to say I never had too much to say to them. That's not what I saw.
I have plenty to say sometimes, yeah. Probably too much if you'd ask them.
Yeah, Harry got that 9 for, didn't he, running into the wind? But you and Harry also had that day at Old Trafford saving the game, wasn't it? Was that 2014? Then or was it 2015? Yeah, 2014. And of course, 2 years later, it was a title here at Lords. But that day, I think Ian Morgan batted for a long time, didn't he? But it was yourself and Harris who had to hold on for the last hour or two.
Yeah, I always joke with Gus, who was director of cricket at the time, that my batting had saved his job for another couple of years, which he never enjoyed. He always used to say, I look forward to the day that I can sack you, but I managed to outlast him by a year. So he never actually got the chance to pull the trigger on my career.
Do you know where he is right now?
He's in Hong Kong. Yeah, he's
Which is why
umpiring.
you're up here, because Gus is in Hong Kong.
Oh, so he'd normally be sat here with you, would he?
Yeah, he should be, yeah. 2 weeks in Hong Kong. First 2 rounds, he's away.
He is, yeah. Hong Kong and Mumbai, I think. I was out for dinner with him and his wife, and my wife the other night, and he was trying to pass it off as a work trip, but Denise was having none of it.
It's the 34, 79 for 2. Lunch for everyone at Lords. God, Carl will be muttering something. Actually, Carl, I think, is off on holiday today as well, isn't he? Carl McDermott.
I've got a question for you.
Yeah.
My wife's going to hate this if she's listening.
Ooh.
See a lot of pigeons in your life.
Wait, we've had this conversation in the hotel. Yeah, go on, keep going.
Have you ever seen a baby pigeon?
Yes.
Have you?
When I was sat next to you in the hotel the last time we had this conversation. At Glamorgan last year, wasn't it?
Yeah, but have you ever seen a baby pigeon?
Well, only because they produced the picture for us, didn't they? Was it Toby Rowland-Jones pulled out the
Yeah,
picture?
well, I mean, a picture on Google. I mean, in real life, have you ever seen a baby pigeon?
I have not. Have you seen one since that?
No.
Was the picture AI?
I mean, I get that you don't see many young chicks because they're in nests and stuff, but I've never seen one. It's a mystery. Maybe they're just born that size, and they're no smaller.
That was one of two topics you had at the table that evening. I don't think we can raise the other one. A Mercer classic, the other one, shall we say?
The other one about, yeah, she's really going to hate this if she's listening. Penguins. And they're not birds in my book. I always say they're more fish than birds because they spend more time in the sea swimming than they do flying. And she's just, yeah, she's horrified at my education, basically.
Did this come up on a particular holiday over the winter, or again just over the dinner table?
Just some of the things that come into my mind every now and again, which is probably quite concerning.
We actually, years ago, would you believe, had an email from a scientist who was studying penguins in the Antarctic.
Okay, getting back on. I'm not having them as birds because they don't fly.
It's close. Just doing too much, maybe. Going down the slope. Umpire Debenham deciding that one's missing leg, I think.
That looked close from 180 yards away here.
Very close.
Just going down. Yeah. Just going down, maybe. I think the fact that it'd taken a step down and the fact that it nipped back potentially gave him the benefit of the doubt that it had a long way to travel and was going down that way.
Yeah, first look I thought the nip back had just done too much with the slope as well, but it was close. Of course they have the umpire tracking cams on their chests now, don't they?
I mean, I'm screaming for that if I'm the bowler, but
Yeah.
it might be an excellent decision.
There you can see that chest.
Well, an excellent decision for us, yeah.
One for the season, Max. He's one up for them. He's pretty quiet when he comes back in the dressing room anyway, isn't he, Max?
He is now. He's a different man this year.
He's not got out yet.
Well, that's true. And if he'd have run the captain out as well, that probably wouldn't have helped his mood either. But we'll see.
Why is he a changed man this year then?
Oh, he's just a bit more relaxed. Yeah, I think he's sort of wants to kick on with his, he had a chance with the Lions last year. He's gone away in the winter and won the IL T20 with the Vipers. So yeah, he's come back in a really good frame of mind.
Yes, no there for a moment from deploy.
We must message Gus actually, see how he's getting on out in Hong Kong.
Got to be tuned in, surely, hasn't he? Any message you got for Gus on his working holiday?
Looking forward to seeing him umpire a full day out in Mumbai. That could be, big lad could be sweating a bit there. He might have to get in the ice bath after one of those days.
Has he ever been in an ice bath in his life?
He's had baths full of ice for his Chardonnay and white wine that he likes to drink. Put that in there.
Still business partners?
Yes,
Haven't strangled each other yet?
that's good. I can shameless plug for Vinny and Ted, our craft beer bars in the Chalfonts.
That's a lovely shot. Tall to that one, deploy and punched hard.
Yeah, nice shot off the back foot, any kind of width, especially going down the hill, is something that Lewis will enjoy. It's come right out the middle of the bat.
I was just going to say, he's renowned for hitting the ball hard, isn't he? But it looks like an almost effortless flow from him there.
Yeah, really nice bat swing. You can kind of see that from side on there. But yeah, he finished last year really well, didn't he? I think when he took over as captain, his record with the bat probably went through the roof. So he'll be hoping for something similar this year.
Oh, that's close. Very early shake of the head.
Outside the line. Maybe a bit high as well.
First call was outside the line, you're right, aren't you? That was certainly the first factor.
Outside the line and high as well.
That's good again, but was there a little inside edge involved, or he's limping?
That's good batting because it is nipping around, but he's trying to take the LBW out of the equation by getting down the pitch a bit, even though it's probably taken a bit of flesh there, which is never nice this time of the season.
Which bit? He's not rubbing it. Oh, not
Bit
quite.
of inside edge as well into the inner thigh.
It's given us leg by, wasn't it? But I think there was a little tickle on it, wasn't there?
I think that's what he's saying to the umpire now, probably. Instead of all that pain and you haven't even given me the run. Back to our bars in the Chalfonts anyway.
Nearly 4 for 2. Do I still get the free drink for every time I tee you up?
Of course, every time Vinny and Ted is mentioned. Yeah, the tab is set up for you there. No, we've opened a second one in Beaconsfield. So the first one in Chalfont St Peter, you know, has gone really well. That's been open for 4 years now, just over 4 years. So last July, yeah, we've opened a second venue in Beaconsfield, which, you know, had a really good start and seems to be a really good addition to that village. So if you're in the Buckinghamshire area, pop down and try it out.
Do you run one and Gus runs the other, or?
We don't do anything, to be honest. Well, Gus does the monthly quiz. Gus does a lot more, to be fair. He runs a quiz every month, so if you want to listen to Gus's dulcet tones, reading questions out, then make your way down to one of the quiz nights we do every month. But yeah, we're both pretty heavily involved, but not necessarily the day-to-day running, but we have done some shifts behind the bar, which has been enjoyable as well.
I was going to say, he pours the pints when you have a tent at one of the outgrounds as well, doesn't he? Didn't get a free pint from him.
Yeah, he's not known for his generosity. No, I can't say that. It's been great. I think it's given him something different to enjoy in his life, and myself the same as well. Just a bit of a sort of part-time insight into the business world, which I've really enjoyed as well. And Obviously opening 90 seconds walk from my house is also slightly dangerous.
It's nicely placed again. It's a shorter boundary that side, but just the single. Is that good or bad news for Mrs. Mercer that 90 seconds away from the house is your own bar?
Well, I've timed it. It's 90 seconds there, but probably 120 seconds back.
Downhill and uphill, of course.
I mean, she normally messages me saying, can I bring a bottle of wine back? So it kind of works both ways.
Change up in the field. We're thinking about third slip. Mid-wicket had just headed that way and cover was going to come across, but a change of mind, and it's as you were.
There's still enough movement there, isn't it? They've bowled, as you say, they've bowled well since lunch. It's always going to be tricky, as say early April at Lords. It's especially with the heavy cloud cover and the lights on. It's not going to be easy at all. But I think our hope is that potentially it starts a bit soft, the ball dents the wicket, and it becomes, you know, tough to bat last on. So if we can manoeuvre ourselves into a position where they have to chase 250 or something like that, hopefully that will, you know, put us in a good place, weather dependent, in the next few days. I think it looks all right.
Yeah, I think today was the worst of it.
Yeah, as I say, and if we can get the movement off those dents in the second innings, then it could be very tricky to bat last. But I think we would have bowled first as well. I think sort of, as I say, early season with the lights on, it probably was the right thing to do.
Taylor was probably the first one that really got it doing something. That was from the pavilion end before lunch, but as I say, it was after lunch. It just seemed as though that movement was a little bit more noticeable through the air.
Yeah, and I think for him coming from this end, any movement up the hill is going to feel pretty exaggerated to these two left-handers. Only has to go a fraction of the way up the hill for it to feel like it's gone a long way. So yeah, he's bowling a nice spell here. We just need to somehow knuckle down and get through it.
That BAP doesn't look like it's going to go too far.
Oh, there's is that a Scotch egg in the background there as well?
Not for me, a Scotch egg.
We don't do Scotch eggs in the pub. We do biltong, but Scotch egg is always goes down well.
$85 for 2. Yeah, it's disappointing turning up this morning seeing the covers on, but we've been lucky so far, haven't we, with the weather?
Yeah, I think there was quite a bit of rain forecast at different times, but you know, hopefully it looks like clouds are high enough that we'll get the rest of the day in. I'm not sure. I think light will potentially come into it at some point. Have you seen Ed Joyce today? He's here.
Do you know, that's so bizarre. I was about to ask you about Joyce here a few moments ago. I have not. I actually went to send him a message the other day and realised he'd changed his phone number and hadn't told me his new number, so...
I don't think he has changed his phone number. I think that's
blocked me.
Yeah. Sorry to be the bearer of bad news there, but...
He's got a new role, hasn't he? Carl McDermott, he came up in conversation with Carl McDermott, and that's what made me think to message him.
Yeah, he said he's over for the first 6 championship games. I think that's as far as it goes initially, and then see what happens. But nice to catch up with him. He was, you know, a Middlesex legend and someone I really enjoyed playing with.
I'm going to have to get him up here in this game now, aren't I?
I think so. I think he'd enjoy that as well.
I've seen him in a long, long time. Yeah, he had the role with Irish cricket for a long while, didn't he?
Yeah, he was with the women's team for a long time. He gave up that, I think, probably a year or so ago now. So he's looking to find different ways to get sort of back into possibly the county game or Maybe with Ireland again, I'm not entirely sure.
How many games did you have together for Ireland? Because he was obviously the one that was convincing you to go over.
Yeah, we played probably 6 of my 7 years that I played for Ireland together. Yeah, we had some great times, as you say, knew each other well from Middlesex. He was the main kind of driving force for getting me over to Ireland in the first place, so I was always very grateful to him for that.
And that great BBC article as well that helped jog things along a bit.
Who did that?
I don't know, somebody that never got a fee for it though.
Dave Townsend, was it? Surely is DT commentating still? Is he up in Yorkshire or?
He'll be around somewhere, I'm sure, pestering, looking for a free lunch and a free beer. I'm surprised he hasn't made it to your bar yet.
He may well have done, but yeah.
Doors were locked that day, were they? Hard to get him out once he was in. Actually, there's a soiree tonight, isn't there, in the committee room? Are you heading along? You haven't been invited.
Not
It's David Kendrick's birthday.
Is it?
So
No invite so far. I'll have to make him feel really bad about that when I see him. You're going, are you?
I better be. I've mentioned him twice on the stream now, giving him a happy birthday. And the 38th, 85 for 2.
No, I actually said I'd catch up with Ed tonight, maybe for a bit of dinner and a drink in the tavern, or Tom Smith as well, who played at Middlesex for a while. He's here. He's just got a new job, a new role with England women's team as well. So I think he's finishing this week and then heading into that job. So be good to catch up with those two. It's always nice sort of seeing ex-Middlesex players and coaches come back and catching up together.
Is he up there anywhere? He was never a man for sitting on a balcony at Joyce, was he? I just said, can we frame up? But he'd do anything but watch the cricket, wouldn't he?
He's probably still in the lunchroom having a second dessert. No, I think sort of the nets were open out the back. I saw him out the back when I was there. He was throwing to some of their guys, so he may well be.
FA Cup game tomorrow,
Yeah,
which
big
you won't
one.
be able to watch while this game's on. Middlesex in the field, you'll be keeping a close eye on.
We'll still be batting by then, Kev. Hopefully.
Do you remember the, was it Nottinghamshire, when Forest were in the final, and wasn't it Luke Fletcher and everybody was desperate to get off, and Mulaney upset them by, what was it, he either batted on for too long or he didn't declare quickly enough or something. I've gone with this tactic for a while now to deploy. Deep backward square and long leg. They've been trying to tempt him. It was one that he went for, and the ball really jagged up the slope from a short length as well, and he ended up replaying an uppercut, having initially gone for the pull.
Yeah, it's interesting. It's probably not the length you want to bowl, for very long, but if it's something that messes a batsman's feet up and keeps him guessing and perhaps prevents him from getting out as far as he would normally, then it's definitely not a bad tactic.
There he goes, walking down the pitch and punches. Shot of the day.
I'd say the other end was a better shot, but yeah, it's not far away. He's held that pose as well, so he obviously liked it himself.
Pose of the day.
Pose of the day, we'll give him that, yeah. Yeah, nice, as you say, a little advance down the wicket, try and take LBW and bowled out the equation, and then a lovely flowing back foot cover drive.
And he has scored at a different tempo to anybody else today. Not that anybody else has erred in playing the way that they have. They've played themselves in, but his strike rate's significantly different to the rest. 90 for 2.
What are your thoughts on the new kit? You happy with the kit?
Yeah, Alan Cotman asked me about that as well. You boys clearly like it then, that it's come up a couple of times. Snazzy?
Well, yeah, the boys, there's lads with far better fashion taste than myself in the dressing room, but I think the general consensus is, you know, everyone likes it. It looks quite smart.
Who's the fashion guru then? It used to be Stephen Finn, didn't it?
Yeah, according to him it did, yeah. Who Helmy likes his fashion. I mean, some of these young lads wear some gears that I can't get on board with.
I reckon Max. I've seen Max in a few jumpers.
Max, Luke, Davo, Nathan. There's a few fancy themselves as fashion gurus, but as I say, self-proclaimed fashion gurus.
Guess he's on the board now, Finney, isn't he? Does that make him your boss?
Probably, yeah. I have to be nice to him. I haven't seen him for a while. He said he was going to come down to Merchant Taylors, but didn't in the end. So, yeah, it's nice having someone with his experience and passion for Middlesex involved still. Obviously, there's been a bit of a couple of news stories recently from sort of ex-players about boards and stuff like that, which maybe we'll talk about another time. But yeah, I think it's great that he's involved. As I say, his passion for Middlesex is unquestioned. The fact that he also commentates around the world and watches a lot of cricket, I think, probably helps him as well in terms of his views. So yeah, someone that I'm obviously been very close with over the years, and it's great to have around.
I asked Lewis Deploy about that on the media day, and he said, you know, my question to him was, Lewis, for whatever reasons, Middlesex haven't performed to the level they'd have liked to for the last couple of years, and that's pretty much the top and the bottom of it, isn't it? And how do you correct that? And he just said it's something that Middlesex are very focused on the fields, putting right this year.
Absolutely, I don't think there's any denying that. No one would sort of question that. It's, you know, up to us now to show what we can do. And
oh, now has it carried? No, I don't think it carried. He had 2 grabs at it, didn't he?
I think it might have carried by their reaction. Yeah, the old taps on the back are usually a sign of did just carry. It was tough, wasn't it, and low, but
He's done well to get that far forward, hasn't he?
Yeah, I think one that he would hope to take most times out of 10. Yeah, so a bit of a life there for Maxi.
Skipper himself at second. It's rare I don't know why I'm asking a bowler for sympathy for a slip fielder, but it's rare as a slip fielder that you are going forward with your hands like that, though, isn't it?
I have plenty of sympathy because you want them catching them off you. It's tough when you have to come forward, and I think they've probably taken half a yard forward now. It's, as I say before, probably a pitch that's hopefully going to quicken up as the game goes on, but may well sort of start a bit slower on day one.
40 for 40 overs bowled, 90 for 2. Yeah, the feedback's obviously the first question. Every journalist turns up at the media day then and asks, and Middlesex's feedback to the letter from the ex-players and the ex-presidents was, they take on board the criticism. It's something that they'll think about and move with for the future in terms of trying to make sure that this season is a success. But as we were saying, I said to Lias that my appraisal of last year was everybody did something, but not at the same time.
Yeah, none of us are immune to criticism. That's professional sport. That's part of the territory. And they obviously have their frustrations, which they felt was vented in the way that they wanted to do that. And of course, they're entitled to do that. And there are some big names there who've done a lot for Middlesex, and I'm sure that they all care passionately about what's happening with the club. So yeah, it's. We've had a meeting about it. It got raised, and it's just something that, as I say, is down to us now to put right, and no one can do that apart from the players out in the middle.
Just a single for deploy here, and the skipper himself, doesn't need to admit it. It's there in the stats, isn't it? He had a slow start to last season. Sam Robson, Ryan Higgins with the bat. He just didn't get the runs in the first half of the year that would have really been the foundation, and that was almost an anomaly of last year, wasn't it? Because they were players who you'd have thought, well, actually, you could almost bank on that, at least 2 of the 3, but certainly 1 of the 3, to have put together some runs in the first half of the season, which might have been more of a foundation for the year ahead. But that for me is, that just gets away down the slope. Bracey had a go, Charlesworth. Just dragging one down the leg side. But yeah, that for me was probably this year. And even though you're sat here, I'll still have to say it. At this, replacing you at the other end, replacing that weight of wickets, was the other thing that for the last couple of years for Middlesex has been a challenge.
Yeah, there's some pretty hungry cricketers, I'll tell you that, in our dressing room this year. Not because of what's happened in the press particularly, but determined to put things right from the last couple of seasons. And as you say, sort of Sam Robson had a tough year. He also had his first child and had a benefit year as well, which you kind of throw all those things into the mix, and it can have an effect on your season.
It was when he was shelling them first game of the season, wasn't it? Robson, you're like, yep, he's thinking about having his first kid.
Yeah, as I say, there was probably a lot on his mind last year, so he's, for one, determined to come back and show what a quality player he still is.
It's nice. Slides past the edge.
And then the same with the bowlers as well. As I say, there is 7 or 8 who could play at any time, and as I say, at the moment everyone's fit, and that won't stay the case throughout the whole year. But yeah, we've got to demand more of ourselves. I'm going to certainly be more demanding of the bowling group this year. We had a good meeting the day before this game and kind of set out what we want to achieve.
That's lovely. From Holden, it'll be one of his shots of the innings so far. 63rd delivery. It's into 17.
Lovely shot. Sort of nothing better in cricket. I don't think it's as a batter batting in the top 3, seeing the ball disappear down the ground, especially with the outfield being replaced as well. It's pretty slow and quite heavy still out there, but that was never in any danger of not going for 4. So yeah, lovely shot from Max.
Slips out again. 1 day wide from Charlesworth, just flying across Holden. We did have a little look back at umpire Debenham. 99 for 2 it is. So we've got 23 overs left of this session, as we only had a shortened morning session, 23 overs. So I'm checking for something from the dressing room, a drink.
Yeah, the other thing we spoke about was getting more players in squads and franchise tournaments and Lions tours and full England tours. It's been a while since Max played a bit last year, but I'll be pretty upset if we don't have 2 or 3 potentially in the Lions squad throughout the winter.
Tom Helm on the left there, he's been in and around England squads for years, hasn't he? He's yet to make a full appearance for England.
Yep, another one who's hungry to come back and show what he can do this year. You know, I think you speak to most county cricketers this time of year and you'll get the same response, that they feel great and ready to go, and no one's bowled a ball or hit a ball yet. But yeah, certainly sort of we've had a real nice blend, as I said, of guys that have gone away and played some cricket, and other guys that have been working hard throughout the winter at Merchant Taylor School on their games.
So I showed Alan Coleman earlier today, but Division 2 actually looks pretty strong this year as well, doesn't it? And I think Gloucestershire have given themselves have given a good representation of themselves this morning. They've certainly got options with the ball. There's not been a let up at all for Middlesex this morning, so it's not going to be an easy year.
No, I think sort of Durham coming down, Worcester coming down, they were always a slight yo-yo county. They'll probably hate that, but sort of go up and down a bit, so they'll be strong as well. See Alan Richardson next week, actually, he'll be around.
Joyce this week, Richardson next.
It's just, you can't get away from these.
Who are we missing? Silver's in the 3rd round. Where's Silver's now? Back at Essex, Chris Silver. Yeah, he is, isn't he? Right, we'll have to wait for the T20 for that one then.
He looks a nice bowler, this Bell. I've not seen much of him before, but looks pretty steady and looks like he will do well in English conditions.
This is runaway. And it's going to be 4. 3 of them chase him. It's the 100 up for Middlesex.
Yeah, nicely controlled there, just sort of really soft hands. Played that really late, something that he's been working on a lot in the nets recently, sort of contact points sort of as late as possible, and that's a good example of that. And you know, if the bowler's good ball like that goes away for 4, that's certainly something that frustrates you as a fielding team.
You like the look of him, Bill?
Yeah, he looks, as I say, quite a strong sort of seamer. Going to present the ball nicely. I think he'll do quite well over here. So
described this morning by Alan Coleman as there's a lot of murder about him.
Okay. He's bowling at the other end to
at the
end
moment
that I would have done.
Yeah, he's bowled his best spell from the nursery end so far. Oh!
Was that carried or gone through him?
It's just short. For a moment they thought they were in the game again. Oh, it wasn't far.
Again, another example, I think, of soft hands there, which has led to him getting away with another boundary. Just got a message from Stephen Finn saying that he's listening, so be careful what I say.
Yeah, I was kind of dangling the carrot there to see if he was. Anything you would like to say?
No, nothing at all. Just all positive stuff about him.
Did he pick up on the fact that I said he was your boss now?
Probably, yeah. I'm sure he'll remind me of that at some point. Just be nice to see him. I haven't seen him for a while. Whether he's going to pop down at some point. He may be too busy, you know, jetting around the world with his job with BBC.
All over the Ashes coverage this winter.
He was, yeah. Every time I turned the TV on, he was there. So
looking very fashionable.
So I turned it over to the Channel 9 broadcast. just someone to be wary of here, isn't he? Charlesworth, he's sort of bowled a few loose ones, but yeah, there's a wicket-taking ball in there, so yeah, important that our lads, I'm sure they're talking about it. It's someone they've brought on to give the other seamers a bit of a break, and you know, he's a decent bowler, so yeah, just got to be slightly wary of the fact that he does have a wicket-taking ball in him.
Nicely steered. Set back though.
Finney's been invited to the David Kendrick's committee room drinks.
Fellow board member. Well, you've got the hotline to him, so maybe you can burgle him for a free glass of wine.
Very similar characters, actually, Finney and David.
In what ways?
Both love their stats.
Middlesex through and through.
I'm not saying anymore.
You mean you're not saying what you're thinking?
Trouble, yeah. Any football work still? Are you doing in the winter, Kev? Shot.
Go. Keeps interested all the way, looking back for three. No, I've given up. I'm a wuss nowadays. It's too cold for football grounds. Although it's a cold day today at the cricket, but cold winter nights at football. I can't do it on a Tuesday night at Stoke anymore in February. No, not missing it. I think I stepped in for a couple of days this winter for your mate Tim Deller over at Berkshire. He's done a bit of coaching with Middlesex, the Reading commentator. Did a couple of games for him at the start of the season when it was still warm, but...
Ooh, my word.
Another one slips out, nearly costly. Charlesworth just dipped enough in the end not to be called. We saw that last year, didn't we? Somebody was... two beamers in a game. In the Middlesex game last year.
T20 Noah.
Was it us? Oh, us. Middlesex, sorry.
Yes. As impartial as ever there, Kev.
Thank you.
As I say, he is erratic, but yeah, you've got to be slightly wary with Charlesworth that, yeah, you're on the game, because you can get something like that and then you can get a very good ball. So let's see a bit of Williams coming back here, is it?
For 22 from his 11 so far. Actually, Blake Cullen had it in T20, didn't he? And that was his debut. Two slipped out and he done for two full bungers.
Yeah, I think that was Surrey game here, wasn't it? T20, is that what we said? So can happen as a bowler.
Has Finney told you if he's coming in for this game or not?
He hasn't, no. He sat with David Kendrick somewhere discussing mathematics.
Way fine it goes.
Chose pigeons.
Goodbye signalled.
I think it's probably a bit cold for Finney. He'll turn up when the sun's out, and He sat in the committee room just giving it massive after a nice lunch.
He can't be sat at home though, can he? He's got to be in some different part of the world somewhere right now. Surely he's not.
He's got a little girl now, so he's maybe on daddy daycare.
Even more reasons to be at the cricket.
Either that or he's playing paddle. I think he plays a lot of paddle as well. Golf, actually. I don't know if you've seen his Instagram, but golf's his new thing. He's got the bug properly.
You a golfer?
I am, yeah. I haven't played with him for a while, but he's definitely got the bug. Every social media post of his is him slicing one right or hacking one out the bunker. I did used to play with him a little bit, and his etiquette on the golf course was horrendous.
How so?
Well, just had a bit of a temper on him. As you sort of see when he bowled a bad ball, he'll kick at the crease or kick a lump out of the surface. He was similar with a golf club in his hand, just throwing his toys basically. Hopefully he's matured a little bit since then.
Who's the best golfer at Middlesex?
Ooh, good question. Tom Helms, very stylish. Toby Rowland-Jones, very good.
I'm guessing he hits it a long way.
Yeah, yeah. All the bowlers, basically.
So the bowlers are better golfers than the batters. I love it.
Robbie White used to be the best. He's obviously moved on now, but I think he played off scratch. He was a very dull golfer, just hit it down the middle and onto the green and 2-putt and took his par.
Gus play golf.
Gus does play golf, yeah. Sort of proper old man half swing. Struggles to get around the course without a buggy these days. Does his best work on the 19th hole. But there's quite a, yeah. Josh DeCares plays a lot. Noah Cornwell hits it miles left or right. Henry Brooks is a good golfer as well.
44 bowls on 15 for 2.
I think a lot of the batters kind of are more paddle players now, to be honest. They like paddle on their day off.
You playing paddle?
No, I've played once in my life, so.
And?
I quite enjoyed it.
It's brilliant, I love it.
Yeah, I did. Oh, you're a paddler, are you?
I am.
Is that the name for them?
Paddler, yeah, it's great fun. Argentinian sport originally, wasn't it? But now the rest of the world's caught on.
There's paddle courts sort of going up everywhere, aren't they? I think it's quite big business now.
Tracks that one down. Charlesworth. This spell could well hinge on this over, couldn't it, I think? It feels like the intensity's just a little bit different unless something happens for him.
Yeah, I
here.
think it's nice to have a 5th seam option up their sleeve. Haven't seen any spin yet, have we? So yeah, I think in these early conditions he sort of balances their team pretty well, opening the batting and bowling a few part-time overs.
I'm sure Deploy will be saying that to himself and Holden as well. This isn't the moment to give it away.
Finney is parenting today, he said. By that means that he's got Peppa Pig on the TV and he's got the live stream on, which is good to see.
Nice again. Chase is on. Burham scampering as ever across the outfield, denying them the boundary, but it's a couple of nice drives, flowing efforts that Holden's got away now.
Yeah, just building a nice little partnership, these two. I don't know what the partnership is worth, 67. I'm reliably told.
Now, it's short. He did just pull out of it, didn't he? To some extent, Holden. He didn't go fully through with the shot.
Yeah, didn't quite commit, which can lead you into a bit of danger, but luckily, as we see, he sort of clothed it and it didn't make its way out to the guy set out there. He would have been pretty filthy with himself if he'd put that straight down deep square's throat.
That's exactly what we said at the start of the over. They'll be determined not to get out at the moment. This isn't the moment to fall. Nearly.
You could get Finney up on the commentary at some point, couldn't you? Or is it sort of beneath him these days? Unless it's a test match or an international.
Well, as a board member, I think it's part of his duty, isn't it, to be up here?
Well, I think unless he's paid, he probably won't, but you could always try.
Been asking. It's a bit like the Ed Joyce situation, though. I think he's changed his number. Yeah. 119 for 2. Continuing here at the pavilion end. Shape on that one, but down the leg side.
You can sort of see how slow the outfield is. As speaking to sort of Carl and the guys, it's they're desperate for a bit of sunshine and a bit of growth. Obviously, it was reseeded throughout the winter, so I think it will be slow for a little while. But it looks great, doesn't it? It's great to be back here, and we also don't spend much time here at all during the winter, so it's nice for us as players and management. Soft hands again. Telling the slips to come up a yard, maybe. Something that's always tough to judge at Lord's. We spoke about it last year. I think Leas was keen for us to get as close as possible, just to give yourself a chance of those ones. I'm not saying that would have carried if we were stood there. And then you get a batter kind of throw the kitchen sink at it, and it flies to you, and you're 15 yards away. It's real tough kind of balance, working out where to stand.
And also the lights are not the best at the moment, is it? The floodlights are on, just saw the glimmer off the back of one of the bats there. See off the front as well, and the sticker at the moment. Certainly taken a step forward now though, haven't they? So where do you spend the majority of your time in the winter then, if you're not here?
All at Merchant Taylor School. They've got the kind of brand new indoor centre there that opened last year now. So it's been our second full winter in there.
It's just around the corner for you as well, isn't it?
Well, it's very handy, yeah. It's 15-20 minutes. I'm not sure some of the players are as impressed with the amount of sort of travel that they have to do coming out of London, but yeah, it's very handy for me. But it's great, yeah. The marquee's been excellent again this year. Surfaces have been, first class, and I think a lot of counties were due to go away and have overseas tours in Dubai or Abu Dhabi, which big Donald Trump has put paid to that. So it should give us a bit of a kind of step up, having the marquee and having the wickets as good as they have been. So we're very grateful for what we get down there.
What about before you disappear, because I know you've got to go in a minute, what about the coaches bit in the dressing room? So I was going to ask that. So you've got your own, at least somewhere, your own hook now, but what have they done?
Yeah, so out the back where the showers and baths were, they've kind of changed that. There's still 3 showers, but they've made a bit of a changing room out there as well.
Edge off the first ball of spin of the day.
Which is nice. As I said, we were there was 4 or 5 of us cramped into the dressing room, obviously wanting to give the players as much room as we can, and there was 4 or 5 of us sharing 2 hooks and squeezing our bags into the small place under the TV. But yeah, it's great. There's an opportunity for some of the guys who are not playing in the squad to leave their bags there, and it gives us a bit of room out the back.
That one deploy.
There's also new baths. They're kind of stand-up plunge pool kind of type things, ice baths and stuff, which I certainly won't be getting in.
Did you ever?
I actually did, yeah. I didn't mind an ice bath. Me and Finney used to go in together. Well, not together in the same bath. There were 2 baths in the same room, so it was nice kind of.
I seem to remember a Durham match where it was snowing, and I think it might have even been Finney. Or was it Toby? Had taken an ice bath after it was snowing, and they were really
It wouldn't
struggling.
have been Toby. He's more of a hot bath man at the end of the day.
Maybe it was Finney then. Yeah, it was one of those really horrible rounds at Durham, and an ice bath at the end of that day sounded like the worst thing in the world. Oh, fumble. I'll get back for a second.
Knock on. I'm going to have to leave you there, Kev.
Get back for tea.
As enjoyable as that is.
So you've walked from the lunchroom over to here, and you're now going back for tea.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just send me a message, and I'll get back to you like Joycey and Finney. If you need me again.
Lovely to see you.
Good to see you, mate. Cheers.
Tim Mercer. Yeah. 28 for 2, so just the 1 wicket in the session so far. Changed up times, it's 49 overs remaining of the day. set for 3:40 or 32 overs remaining, but that's all changed with the earlier lunch. Expecting a 40 over session this evening, but as ever, we'll wait to be told officially. All the aspirations this season for Middlesex. Deploy wants to get back into the running for international cricket. Wants to get Middlesex back into Division 1 as Division 2 winners. This is a big innings though in this match, you fancy, because that second wicket went down. It was opening a door. But if Deploy hangs around for long enough, then the runs generally tend to flow. Let's get a couple on this occasion. Brightened up a bit. Still blowing, as you can see, but it's blowing through some brighter skies. It's not as evident on the wide shot there, but you can certainly see the sight lines in the distance. It looks a lot clearer. Probably the brightest moment of the day so far. Certainly a bright partnership. It's 81 now for the third wicket. 132 for 2. You can see they've got a reasonable lick as well. Holden going just below the strike rate of 50. That's probably the best strike rate of the innings so far. That's pretty standard. Have a look at the scores elsewhere actually as well over the next couple of overs. As our mind starts to turn to tea, not sure how much play has been affected around the country that will change the tea times elsewhere. Here's Van Buren continuing. It was a Useful first over from him. Oh, who's lost the hat? Umpire Debenham. Handcuffs are out, but get on with it. Only the second check of the ball of the day. Normality's resumed, it seems, with the Duke's balls. Is that sunshine? There you go. That gives you a better idea of how much it's brightened up. Far prettier picture. Away with that one. Well, they all get away with it. Holden as well to some extent as he stretched. Just seen the first shadows of the new season from the sun, that is, as opposed to the floodlights. What happier feeling could you have than the sun's out at Lords and cricket's being played? 132 for 2. Right, look at those scores elsewhere. So Division 2. Derbyshire 176 for 3 against Worcestershire. That's after being put in at Derby. 56 for Jewell, 35 for Guest. He's there now. There was 50 for Came as well. Up at the top, the opening stand was 82 for 1 between Came and Jewell. Durham 202 for Dudgeon. Sorry, Dudgeon. Lancashire 183 for 2, not a bad day. 189 for 2 now. Bohannon with 66, not out. 87 at the top for Luke Wells. Again, Wantage Road. Those are the Division 2 scores. Division 1, Surrey 136 for 6 now. Had a wobble at the top, losing Burns, Smith, Lawrence, all in single figures. Albert's just gone for a duck as well, but 36 folks and 35 for Laws, dragging things back. Game at Edgbaston. Somerset 149 for 3. 50 for Rue, 43 for Abel. Nottinghamshire winning the toss. Taunton. Sussex 225 for 4 at Leicestershire. Clark with 87 holding it together. There was 56 for Haynes at the top as well. A couple of wickets for Holland, one for Green, one for Wood. Morgan against Yorkshire. Match delayed. They even had a toss at that one now. One in Cardiff. That means the last game is Hampshire versus Essex. Essex 101 for 3. That down in Southampton. 24 not out for Allison, 17 for Critchley. Wesley before that, 28. The top scorer is retiring hurt. Kyle Abbott 2 for 20 from his 12. So going strong. It's done okay today. It hasn't been the usual flurry of wickets on day one that we've become accustomed to over the years in the County Championship, particularly in early season. Surrey having the worst of it. Just taking those wickets for Warwickshire, actually. 3 for Bamber, there we go. 3 for 27 from 12 for Ethan Bamber and 2 for Wokes. And the run out of Burns for 4. Got it all going. 35 for 2 here. Middlesex nudging their way through the afternoon session at this point. Oh wow, that gets through, but how? Holden looked like he was through it too early. He looked like he was in position. He looked like he had it covered. Somehow Williams has slipped one through. Looked like he had it lined up, Holden. Just beats the edge. Just takes the top of the outside of off stump. Holden has to go. 32. It's been a fine innings. A good partnership with the skipper as well. Just settled Middlesex after the wicket immediately after lunch. But 32 and done for Holden. Williams with his second wicket and Middlesex on 35 for 3. So Ben Geddes, the one-day cup captain for Middlesex, out to join the club captain, Lewis Deploy. Again, another with a big reputation and big, quite rightly, lofty ambitions, I'm sure, for Geddes. The belief is that the talent is there, that he'll play for England one day should he reach his potential. Deploy's potential. Well, it's been more than that for a long while with that average of 50. Both of these score quickly as well. So if they can get in, then Middlesex will certainly be thinking over the next 30 overs through to the second new ball to try and get in a strong position here, but of course it's all easier said than done. Was the end of the over on 35 for 3, so it'll be Deploy to have strike. Geddes will have to wait. Van Buren, more spin. It goes fine again. Look at a couple. First ball for Geddes then, the left armour. Spinning it away from the edge. The right-hander. Leg slip in place though. Optimistic. Now that kept a fraction low. Could have been trouble. Kept out by Geddes though. Only just. On 38 for 3. Nice shot, nice cut off. 50 it is though. First raise of the bat of the season for a Middlesex batter, first for the skipper, and surely be the first to Manny this year. 50 off 70, good strike rate, 6 fours. Crucial knock, steadying it today, the first to take it to 50. They all faced a good number of deliveries, but the first one to do it in the runs column as well. First look at a bit of seam. Forget this little word from deploy. Of course, that's the first point of the season for Gloucestershire, we should note as well. I was about to say, Solid end to the over for Williams. 141 for 3, so 50 for deploy. 31-year-old, he's not 32 till next January. That is his 44th 50. 207 innings, 24 centuries. Average, which has just slipped down away from that 50 mark when he joined Middlesex. Top scorer, 263 not out last season for Middlesex. 8,588 runs. I think that was at the start of this innings, but double check. Stay average over 54. Push through down the leg side. They've got that leg slip in place. They've got a bit of chatter about them. They'll know another couple of quick wickets now. Either side of the interval. Middlesex haven't got away from them. Nicely bowled, nicely played, nicely run. Geddes is off the mark for the season. Picked up from Surrey last year, Ben Geddes. Impressive debut season and a really good run at the start. Quieter end to the season. He got a 60 though at Gloucestershire in the final game of the season here at Lord's. 52 at Old Trafford against Lancashire, but 13-1-8. This was runs across the first class and List A finished last season. 51 in the List A, 141 unbeaten against Kent at Radlett. It was a fine knock. For 3. But 3 first-class centuries for Geddes, 750s, average of 35, 34 innings prior to this. Debut in 2021 for Surrey. 220s against Essex at the Oval. Debut point for the day. Or is that the second round of money? Who's counting? Back to Miles. 22 from a 7. It's going to be close as he just got outside the line. Wholly sure whether there was a little bit of bat involved to begin with, but I think given the conviction of the appeal, we can rule that out. It's just a matter of whether the batter got across and outside the line. You can see that ball move back. He's on that evidence outside the line. And on that one as well, but only just. It was close, it was tight. I think you've got to say that's an outstanding decision by umpire Chantry, being that close. Good tussle this between Miles and Deploy. He walked into trouble there. In July. Swindon lad. 107 first-class matches, average just over 28. 360 wickets. His first-class match since 2024, September that year for Nottinghamshire against Warwickshire. Oh, that's a beaut. A little bit far away from the body for Geddes. Or a little bit far away from the off stump, I should say, as opposed to far away from the body. But again, it's that slope at Lords. You're thinking that that's got a chance of coming back down and rattling into the top of off. So Miles bringing back up the slope though to deploy from around the wicket. Oh, someone's on the move again. That's a great take. Bracey, big old dive down the leg side with the slope as well. End of the over, 146 for 3 as the sun breaks through again at Lords. Persisting with Van Buren here before tea on day one, Gloucestershire. A little bit of flight, a little bit of width, and a lot of oomph from Geddes. He'll only get a couple though, there's a sweeper back. Flying that again, but patience from Geddes, just dropping the bat down on it. Happily take the single. So it's nudging towards the 150 mark, nudging towards tea on this first day. 50 up. Skipper will be thinking about a lot more though. Thinking about a commanding position in this game, having lost the toss. Was a little short. It was a lot of fun for Geddes, given the treatment. Hats and jumper day, hats and coats, wrap up warm. A little bit of brief respite of sun won't change the temperature much at all, especially with the wind blowing across Lords. Lovely ball. Withdraw the bat inside the line. A late withdrawal. Posthumous, perhaps. Well kept out. Single more to the total. Middlesex tick along, 158 for 3. Alan Coleman mentioned something around the 250 mark this morning. There's Elias deploys there. And obviously the likes of Ben Geddes and co around him. Their Middlesex could perhaps even think a little bit bigger. ticking towards 20-4. The umpire's just having a little check. I think we've got one more before the interval. They're just having a little check themselves, but at 3:38, our reckoning is it's one more to tea. And on we go. So a 39 over session. Pretty sure this is the last one before tea. Nice shot. Nice little tuck away from Geddes. It was something of a gift from Van Buren, but before the interval, just before tea, day one, ticking along nicely. Sometimes you do need to look a gift horse in the mouth. Not on this occasion. Plunging forward on that one. Pleasant afternoon. I don't know if you'll quite see this plane descending into Heathrow in the distance. It's a lovely looking sky out there now compared to this morning. Not quite the clear blue skies, the delight that we all prefer to see, but a pleasant backdrop. Rows of grey and white in the distance. Deep mid-on, set back for a moment. I thought he was almost going to shovel that one into the onside. There's a straightish mid-wicket. Not near him at all, but for a moment I just thought he was through it. Might just chip it up. Seven off the over. 6. This is to be the last ball of the session. Ticked along nicely. For 1 at lunch, so 120 for 2 in the session so far. Oh, now! Well, that could have been close for a run out. It was a good bit of fielding. Mid-wicket coming around, just managed to get the block on it there. Hammond, underarm throw. Just meant the deploy had to scamper a little. Looking at the umpires, looking at the clock, looking at all the players. No, it looks like we have another. The session was to be 38 left in the day. The umpire scribbling away though. Nope, so at least one more it is. No sign of the man who always knows when it's tea, David Kendrick. So where's he popped off to? He's asleep in the foreground. He's having a snooze. Do we do it? Can you go any closer on the bottom left? Is that a birthday snooze in the foreground there? A little nod. Just messaged him asking when tea is. Shall I ring him and see if it wakes him up? There's the birthday present for David Kendricks, getting him asleep on TV. Well, he likes the short stuff. He likes to get involved in a hook and a pull. Ben Geddes, it was a shot that led to his downfall a lot early last season. At least deployed down to have a chat. May well be. Put it away for now. Deep square is just out of your shot there. There's a long leg back as well. You'd imagine deploy saying to him, forget it. Think about the evening, don't think about runs before tea. So 23 overs. 23 overs this morning. Bowled 35 after this one. 38 to come this evening. Would that make sense? And they push another one out of this session to shorten the evening session a little bit more. Let's have a look which direction the umpires are walking. Nope, we're on for one more. At least. We have asked the question, folks. We're just waiting for the answer as to when to be taken. Taylor, which suggests we've got a couple more overs from T. I doubt they'd throw it back to him for one more. Whether we all go to 32 in this session then. Seems a long old session. We bowled 23 in the morning before the early lunch. That's not a bad way to rejoin the attack. Always favour the left arm seamer at the nursery end. You see the slope slips away to the left, so you're angling it across, maybe even a little bit of a deviation across as well on that line, but if one comes back up that slope as a right-hander, big trouble. It's only from the pavilion end as the left arm to the right hander. That stop ball's always coming back in. You're setting yourself up a bit. Much harder to set yourself against the left-hander from a right-hander. For a right-hander. It's from the nursery end. was a little bit of shape on that. It's nicely played though by Geddes. He'll get a single. It's a late movement on that through the air. See if there was much of an adjustment here from Geddes. There it goes. Yeah, the feet were quite there as that just started to move away from him. The bat had to come down at a slightly different angle to adjust. Done, 169 for 3. Have a quick look at the scores elsewhere. Umpires are looking a little jaded there as well, aren't they? The other games actually will have gone for 2 if they didn't have the delay to this session. Still no play, Glamorgan, Yorkshire. Essex 118 for 3 against Hampshire. Sussex 262 for 6 at Leicestershire. 101 for Clark, but he's gone. Cox with a catch. Holland the wicket. On a 3 for Ian Holland today. John Simpson's just gone LBW to Ahmed for 17. Price still there on 4. 262 for 6. Somerset 208 for 4 against Nottinghamshire. Tom Abel 80 not out. He's been joined by Lewis Goldsworthy. Rue's just gone for 64. Oh! Surprise all round there. I didn't think that would be signalled. Yeah, I didn't think so. Seemed a little harsh, that one from Jack. I mean, 1 day wide for sure. I've seen him let her get away with worse in the Championship. From a straight line, but a single it is. Surrey are 194 for 6 now. 45 for Folkes. Laws 84 from 104 deliveries. Surrey have been reduced to 65 for 6. Warwickshire. Division 2, Derbyshire 214 for 4. 50 for Anderson. Middlesex man, Martin Anderson. Lewis Reese with him now. Against Worcestershire at Derby. Durham 240 for 7 against Kent. 128 for Emilio Gay. Clark 34, Lees 29. I'm just wondering who would have been the first century of the season then. It may well have been Gay. 128 from 141 deliveries, coming in at 3. He came in the 4th over of that innings. Let's go back and check, but yeah, Ken 3 wickets for Sturman, 2 for Dudgeon, 2 for Stewart. And Lancashire 217 for 3 at Northamptonshire, 82 for Josh Bahan, and 87 for Wells at the top. All those games approaching tea. They're at tea at Hampshire. Game against Essex. Anybody else with the quickest century? Clark, 101 off 164. He came in the 6th over, so I'm still reckoning it's Emilio Gay. The only 2 century ruins so far around the country. So odds on, I think it's Emilio Gay. First wicket of the day, that was the other one that we didn't note. Too focused on what was happening here. Burns could have had a chance, run out Barnard for 4. Now, that's carved. Boys on 64. Middlesex 175 for 3. Down on one knee. So a 41 over session we're in for, because its tea is confirmed, 32 remaining in the day, and I thought they'd have broken up this session in the evening session, because it's a long old session now for Gloucestershire. The umpires clearly came together with 40 overs to play, and they noted it down and scribbled it all down. It's been set at lunch to say the time for tea, but 32 overs it is. Nearly crept through, but just about got down in time. Tight as ever from Taylor. Just think at this end. No, get that assistance to the stop ball coming back in from the pavilion end. The slope's going against your stop ball as the left armour from this end, but I think that helps more. If you ask the majority of the left armers, they prefer be at the pavilion end. Get that assistance of the slope for the stop ball. That's short. Geddes is rarely anything other than onto a short ball quickly, and quickly enough for six. First six of the season for Middlesex. It's a short arm jab really from Middlesex's number 5. Has helped on its way. Just trying to work out, did it hit that middle tier and drop back down onto the field of play, looking at the way. It's in the bottom tier, we're ducking for cover, we couldn't quite pick it up the trajectory. Now change. Or Price or wicket. Resolute in defence. But it's been a solid strike rate from Geddes. Oh, now on this one he's pushed at one and he's gone. Scratched away at his crease in thoughts. Looked up and saw the finger of umpire Shantry. I'm not sure he needed it. His moment's pause was just a thought on the shot itself. But Price strikes with his third ball. Round the wicket to the right-hander. Just follows that angle. Little feather through. Disappointment for Geddes. Bit of relief there for Gloucestershire at the end of a long session. It was a useful cameo really, a couple of 4s and a 6, a decent strike rate in the context of the first day of the season. Helping his side and his skipper on his way, but he's got to go. Middlesex 182 for 4. So over to Ryan Higgins. See it through the last couple of overs before the interval. Geddes will be so disappointed. He was just looking to push it back and pat it back. Just pushed a little bit hard at that one, angled across him. A bit of disbelief from Geddes in the end as he walked off. Tom Helm running out the towel for his skipper. Perhaps a change of gloves as well just before tea. Of the middle order, deploying Higgins. Higgins, of course, who went to Gloucestershire and came back again. New Contract signed with Middlesex. Berkshire boy to begin. If they could snare one more now before the interval. Especially their old mate Higgins, I know the danger that he possesses, the danger that he can unleash. Slipping a short leg, there's a deep square catching as well. Same line from Price, a little fuller to Higgins, allowing him to get further forward than Geddes was the ball before. All of a sudden, a long session for Gloucestershire in the field comes to life at the end. Excitement for Price. Higgins rocks back, thinking maybe he'd get himself into trouble, but a single for Higgins to get off the mark. Geddes the man to go. Middlesex 4 down, having been put in on this first day. There's 2 to tee on day 1 of the new season. Only 3 for 4 is not a bad score for Middlesex at the moment, but that 250 that was quietly mentioned this morning just in passing by Alan Coleman, that's will still be on their mind. Make sure that they get to it. 6 wicket standing, skipper at a half century, ever combative number 6 joining him. This will be a test though. Taylor again from the nursery end. Oh, and a big test. Just short. How many today is that now? Punch of the ground with the gloves from Bracey. They're ruining their luck. One put down. Very difficult one for me. For Bancroft. For Middlesex, what will they be saying to themselves? Will they take that? You say a yard forward, it's a good couple of yards that suggest the number that have dropped short today. From Higgins on that one as he allows it to pass through. Sending in another slip. Hammond settles in next to Bancroft. Angled away, just the single for Higgins. Back to deploy, and well, if they were to pick up the skipper before tea, then all of a sudden Gloucestershire will be thinking, it's been a long session and a tiring one, I'm sure, as the first day back in the field for the new season would be. They'll be going in tails up. They'll think tails up anyway, because 2 on the board quickly after the interval, and they will be thinking of keeping Middlesex well shy of that 250. shuffle from deploy again. But Taylor bangs it in short. Deep square and long leg. On the ropes. Catching. There were a couple that were pulled out of today as such by Middlesex, deploying Holden of both. Got a couple out there. Now, what has happened there? How late does this go? Just there. It swings up the slope. Let's have a look. Just there it's gone before pitching. Changes the line dramatically and he's a long way wide of it. Call it late swing, but as such, had that have seemed, then it would have been that much later indeed. He would have taken the edge, but a natter between those two. He won't mind seeing that movement out there. Neither will deploy because he'll be thinking these are useful runs on the board. He'd like a good few more. And he'd of course love to turn his own score into 3 figures. First things first though, the last over before tea, and Middlesex must negotiate that. There's one of them. One to go with it. There's of course been the rule change about the wicket falling in the last over of a session or a day. That will be the end of the over, but the rule change not coming in until October, until the season's done. Bit of drift on that maybe. Bugs flying around. Could have been pollen over the back of that tree maybe. That's where the wind's coming in from heavily. Well, these deploys should be not out at tea for Middlesex. Ryan Higgins has 1 ball left to survive of the session. They'll take a single, they'll think 2. Comfortable couple it is. And that is tea. Surely, on day 1. Off they go. 188 for 4. So 3 wickets in the session, but a substantial amount of runs as well for Middlesex. A long session it was. 32 to go of the day. Deploy the man of the moment. Can he go on and go bigger? Higgins just in against his former county. Can he come back to haunt them? We'll find out after the interval here. The live stream from Lords from Middlesex. We're 188 for 4. It's brought to you in association with Dafabet.
action.
All the fun and all the games.
They all start here with All Stars Cricket. All new experiences for everyone.
All over the country.
Every session is all-out action all the time. All really welcome, all invited. Even mums and dads.
Skills,
Friendships, smiles, dreams.
it all happens here. All you need is delivered right to your door. Best of all, it even has your name on it.
All the activators are fully trained, and all they want is for us to have a great time.
Always.
Laugh, ball,
Catch.
throw.
Try it all.
It's time to go all in, all together.
And it all starts with All Stars.
All you need to get started is at allstarscricket.co.uk.
Power your play this holiday at Dynamo's Cricket.
And that's a big moment in the match. Here and now 365. Amplifying brands in the UK.
Well, good evening, everybody. Welcome back to Lord's. First session, first day indeed, of the new season, the final session. About to get underway. Taylor and Gloucestershire grabbing Geddes before the break. Hoping to grab Deploy thereafter. Not so. Umpire Debenham says no. Use of the feet from Deploy helps him when it comes to the LBWs. How far down the track did he get to this one? There's the shuffle. And outside the line. Face of the blade from Deploy. Middlesex put in this morning. Very cloudy conditions this morning, overcast. Bit of rain bringing the morning session to an end after 23 overs of Middlesex 45 for 1. Josh Carey's feathering one down the leg side. Sam Robson trapped LBW. Max Holden bowled and Geddes out to Price just before the interval. Little nick through to the keeper with the off spinner around the wicket from the pavilion end. But overall it was a good session for Middlesex. 140 runs. It was a 3-hour session though. Only 23 in the morning, so 32 standard evening session. Running a little late with the rain delay. Over rates 0. Over it's -3, sorry, for Gloucestershire. Oh dear. Wicket for Price before tea, a drop just after, and it could be a costly one. The big un, and it's a dolly for Price. 190 for 4. Leas Deploy looking good on 68. 99 balls faced. Of course, the drop is followed by a boundary. 194 for 4. He's on to 72. 100 deliveries. Deploy will have 100 on his mind in the runs column as well. That's a belter from Bell. Higgins has a think about it. Bell has a grimace. But Gloucestershire have a sniff here this evening. 66th over of this ball. They're still getting something out of it. Bodes well for the game. Bodes well somewhat for Middlesex. I think that 72 from 100 deliveries for Deploy at the bottom there feels pretty big right now. The bigger for the drop. On that one, the leg side, down the slope. See umpire Chantry and umpire Debenham. The wide-rimmed hats have gone for the baseball caps. That's the wind out in the middle. Edged and taken this time. Little bit of lift from Bell, little bit of joy for Gloucestershire. They picked up their old mate Higgins. A lot of joy for Price as he holds on. Sharp chance to his right. One that he'd expect to take. One put down in the previous over from the nursery end. There'd have been a few Gloucestershire hearts in mouths as that ball flew to Price at slip. But Higgins has to go. He's gone for 5 from 17 and Middlesex are 194 for 5. Joe Cracknell, Middlesex's keeper, given the gloves by Dane Villas, the interim coach last season when he replaced Richard Johnson. Jack Davies being made to wait his chance now. The new coach similarly sticking with Cracknell. The new coach and captain, of course, Deploy would have had his say in it, and now he's got Cracknell out in the middle to do a job with him. Deploy will have lofty ambitions for his own innings here, let alone that of his team. Either way, he'll need somebody to stick with him. It's looked as though he was ready to play his part in a big partnership. Higgins hadn't quite got himself in either side of tee. Now over to Cracknell, got a session to bat with his skipper. Taylor and co have a different idea. Could snare Deploy if you think he was put down in Taylor's last over. Deploy, of course, he can't particularly say had they have taken that one, Middlesex would be 6 down now. You never know how the next over would have played out, but certainly it feels like a big drop if they could get him somehow. And again, they'll be thinking well short of the 250 to restrict Middlesex. Opened the face and sliced it fine. Middlesex closing the 200. Flying high at the moment. The Middlesex flag. Innings in the balance at the moment. They'll feel these are runs on the board, though. I don't think anything from here will particularly be a bad score for Middlesex at this stage of the season. It certainly feels as though this man's the key. He is to deploy. Gloucestershire will know that. Deep square and long leg still back. They're still dropping them in to deploy. Seeing if he does something a little rash. Not so on this occasion and not so previously. 198 for 5. There's that pennant. The wind's changed slightly, blowing in towards the media centre now. Blowing over our right shoulders for most of the day. Bit of grey stuff in behind it. Couple of rain clouds in the distance, but they're scattered. Doesn't feel like there's any particular threat to play from what's currently on view on the horizon. Well, we just get a full day's play today. It'll be more than I think Annie would have predicted. Nice shape on that again. Let's just see what movement there still is out there. This ball. So it's just straightened slightly on him. It's just through the air there. Well settled into the day, had a bit of a erratic's probably a little too harsh, but a slightly wayward start to begin as he came to terms with the slope, bowling from the pavilion end this morning. A few too many down the leg side. Tied it up from the nursery, but bowling nicely again now. That leg side one again, it just squirts out of the gloves. Bracey. Oh, now. A nod of approval from Deploy. He was somewhat in no man's land to that ball. Full of length. Deploy hasn't particularly gone anywhere, which didn't help himself. So just again, a little gone late. There was a hint of it. There's a hint of it to cracking a couple of deliveries back, wasn't there? Just a little bit of late swing, tightening it all up. But on that one, Deploy left with a bit of guesswork. 68. It was done, 199 for 5. Speaking of guesswork, one man this morning suggested 250 might not be a bad score. Welcome back, Alan Coleman.
Yeah, lovely to be back for the evening session here at Lord's. A bit brighter than it was this morning, actually, isn't it? Even though it's obviously much later in the day. And a decent batting performance, obviously exceptional from Deploy so far. Well supported by others, isn't he? Lots of 20s in there and lots of starts. But I think with the score as it is now, I think Cracknell, Morgan, Gohar, Roland, Jones, especially to come, sights might be on a score that starts with a 3 rather than a 2.
Yeah, the skipper's done an incredible job here, hasn't he? I think it's swung far more than when we were first together this morning. The swing increased throughout that afternoon session, and with it, it felt as though, because of the movement, it felt as though things were happening a bit quicker.
Yeah, the ball's consistently moved all day. 68.1 overs old, this ball here that Matt Taylor's bowling with, and it's still kept the bowlers in the game. Plenty of life in the pitch for them to work with.
Chopped back on point. Could stop that. Of course, they could have snared Deploy a couple of overs back off Taylor. The disbelief from Taylor when he was put down by Price.
Yeah, I think it's a funny thing to say when Gloucester obviously dropped, Will Williams dropped Sam Robson earlier on in the day down at fine leg, right at the very start of the day. Deploy dropped a slip there as well, as you say. But they fielded very well. They've been very good in the ring, competed incredibly well, saved a lot of runs. Lots of those examples where point, mid-wicket have dived on balls and saved runs. And you had the delights of Tim Murtagh this afternoon. Was he as entertaining as ever?
That's one way of describing it. It's a 200 up. Off the mark for the season, 200 for 5. Well, we've said it's been doing a bit all day, and it's in its 69th over. It is the end of the 69th, and that's 201 for 5.
That one did nip back at Deploy down the slope there. Taylor operating from the nursery end. That ball has seamed back in off the surface. Thick inside edge for a single. Can see that I did say it is brighter, and it's definitely brighter. Our view over towards, well, there's a plane going that way, so I assume that's the west and Heathrow. It's definitely brighter there, but it is a bit gloomy over the top of the ground. You can see a few of the shadows now as Crackmore and Deploy walk down the pitch there.
Yeah, it's been coming in for a little while, those couple of clouds, but they're not enough that it'll trouble us. Distance, it's getting a bit brighter over there. Or broken up enough that if we do get a shower, it'll only be a brief one. Yeah, that last ball, 201 for 5, all of a sudden looks a good score. In fact, the ball's doing as much as it still is now into its 70th over. I think that's where Middlesex will think today could have been a lot worse.
It could have, and I was talking to Ian Salisbury, one of the assistant coaches, before I headed over here, and we were saying that the bit sometimes we forget here is that the Gloucestershire bowlers are under pressure because they've won the toss in favourable conditions, and Bell on debut, Miles on his second debut, as it were, for Gloucester, Will Williams on debut. There would be an expectation, as Deploy just drops that into square leg for a single, there would be an expectation that Gloucester would use the conditions and roll through Middlesex, and they would have had a target score in mind that they thought would have been nice to keep Middlesex under. So yeah, there's pressure on both teams here with tosses like these in these conditions.
With the umpire for Lewis Deploy. It's like he holds the key to this now.
And always good to keep the umpires on side as well, isn't it? If you're a top order batter, make them all your best friends, just in case.
Jack Chantry's too clever for that, isn't he?
Old pro left arm seamer, as I said earlier, from Worcestershire. Unique action, you'd call it, wouldn't you? But very effective, did very well in T20 cricket especially.
A couple of really good calls from him today on the LBWs. We fancy. Striking just outside the line. Might have been Deploy. Tim Mercer was on me at the time. I think it was Deploy who survived what looked a very good appeal from this end. Umpire Debenham turned it down. Tim Mercer said he'd be ever so slightly disappointed if he were the bowler. But he was good value in answer to your question. Yes, he pretty much got into Salisbury, Coots. I think only yourself and the new coach got off lightly, got off altogether probably.
Well, I'm semi-glad to hear that. But I think he might have a bit of time with Ian Salisbury tomorrow, so we'll find out if Fultz and I get away with it again. 202 for 5, Middlesex, 70 overs. New ball in 10 overs. Change of bowling here for Gloucestershire. Charlesworth brought into the attack, well, 3 overs earlier on. Seems a bowler who makes things happen, Charlesworth. He picks up very handy wickets.
Very nearly in on the act. Here he sprayed it a little earlier on. Strange light out there at the moment. There is a bit of sunshine. As Alan Coleman was mentioning, there's a thick heavy cloud above us at the moment, which is dimming the light immediately above. And there's the floodlights.
Nice controlled tickle around the corner to deep square leg for a single for Deploy. Moves him to 81 from 113 balls. And that run rate has increased for Middlesex, isn't it? When we were sitting here earlier on, it was 1.5, just under 2, I think, by the time that we went off for lunch in the day. Now up to 2.91. Middlesex still 45 away from batting point number 1 of the season.
Short. Cracknell punishes him. First boundary of the season. The Middlesex keeper.
You said the word fraction there, and I agree. It wasn't overly short. Only just got up to waist high for Cracknell, who's able to ride on top of that, steer it behind square leg for 4. There's a deep square leg, as you can see there, and a fine leg, so he's pierced the gap very nicely for his first boundary. Takes him to 5.
I thought you were going to say it only just got up to waist high for Cracknell, which isn't very high at all. Sorry, all wicket keepers. Old ones are the best ones, though. Might be 4 more. Dive. Nope. There it goes. Enjoyed it?
They did. Well received boundary on the Middlesex balcony there. Joe Cracknell just clipping that round the corner. Run away up the slope to the Warner stand. 4 more to the Middlesex total. Cracknell there, cut out to deep point for a single. Takes his score to 10. Middlesex 214 for 5 at the end of the 71st over.
Alan Coleman, thanks very much. She'll be back with us imminently, but a brief interlude. Neil Priscott, CEO of Gloucestershire County Cricket Club, sitting down alongside me. An absolute delight after all these years, getting the gang back together again.
Lovely to see you, Kevin. Lovely to see you.
Look at where we've come from, 23 years ago now? Well, I haven't gone anywhere, but you've gone a long way, though. Well done, Neil.
That's actually frightening, that it's that long.
Neither of us showing it. Yeah, back in the MCC days when we first met, and you've gone on from the MCC to Gloucestershire now via... Where did you go in between?
A little work in tourism, so I stepped out of cricket for a bit to get some commercial experience, but the bug was too strong a bit, so yeah, came back to cricket, joined Gloucestershire in 2019, and being CEO now for interim for a year and permanent for a year.
Oh, it's a beaut. Absolute beaut. But still, you look back fondly on those 23 years ago when you first met me, and here I still am. Haven't moved, haven't left.
You're a trailblazer, Mr. Hand. Enjoy our chats every time.
Yeah, it's been a long journey, but it's good to see how far you've done. Well done. Congratulations on the rise at Gloucester. It's good to see a good guy winning. At the moment, it's a pretty good battle out there as well. Gloucester picked up that wicket of Higgins, former Gloucestershire man, of course, just before tea. Oh, it's just got through now. Will it go? Be another dive here? Nope. Another one skips over the rope. Just a couple of catches got away from Gloucestershire today, haven't they? Otherwise, I think they'll be pretty happy with their day.
I really do like Mr. Higgins. but he has annoyed us since he came back to Middlesex with some very good performances. So I'd be lying if I said I wasn't delighted to see him leave the crease quite early today. But yeah, we've probably left a few wickets out there, haven't we?
Yeah, but encouraging performance with the ball though. Oh, Cracknell, he's gone up in the air with that one. It's fine of the fielder and it's safe. He'll pick up a single. At the moment, the difference between it being Gloucestershire's day and Middlesex is, of course, drop catches, but that happens to all teams. But Leas deploys 81. And he was put down a couple of overs back. But the point being, it's been a pretty good first day to the start of the new season. I'm sure Gloucestershire not too disappointed with the way things have gone, but for those catches.
Absolutely right. I think we've bowled really nicely. Some really good line and length. Matt Taylor's been a joy to watch. I think the coaching team will be pretty pleased, but you know, you always want those catches to go to hand.
So how's life at Gloucestershire? So what's going on?
Really enjoying it. Thank you, Kevin. A very busy time for us all, actually. Obviously, there's huge excitement when you start a season. A lot of optimism in our group. We're finishing off a really large-scale build project from the winter for our players and match officials area. We're going to be able to host international domestic double headers with some world-class facilities, which is a big boost for our club.
How long was the what is the build and how long has it been?
The build's taken over the course of the last winter. We're going to 4 state-of-the-art, properly sized dressing rooms with all of the ancillary stuff you'd expect for physios, umpires, match officials, anti-doping. There's quite a lot of regulations around this kind of area. But we're an international venue and we're hosting Women's World Cup and England, and we need top-notch facilities.
Yeah, it's been a journey for all the counties, really, hasn't it? But Gloucestershire have been a good example, becoming an international venue.
Yeah, we're really proud of that. I mean, we believe that Bristol is, it's obviously one of the UK's largest cities. It's the gateway to the southwest. We're very proud of what we host in terms of England women and England men. We're one of the 7 host venues for the ICC T20 Women's World Cup this summer. So, we're delighted with that, but we need the facilities to back that up. So that's behind that project.
Oh, steered just fine at the gully by Cracknell, up on his toes for that one. He's certainly up on his toes for this innings, it feels. He's quite alert out there in the middle at the moment, it feels, Cracknell, and you can see that in the strike rate now, 18 from 21. Yeah, no, Gloucestershire's very much, a county, I say in the spotlight, not in a bad way, in a good way, that it's a good example of county cricket, what is possible, but also what needs to happen.
Yeah, I think we're hugely optimistic. We know that there are challenges in county cricket, but we're building a really good group. We brought John Lewis in as our director of cricket, and he has hit the ground running. And we recruited Fran Wilson as our new women's head coach, and we have real ambition in women's cricket. We want to be a tier 1 county. We need to demonstrate that we can do that. Fran is a World Cup winner, pedigree player, but also a fantastic coach. She's going to go to the top, I feel. And further change, a new head of talent pathway, change throughout the entire cricket department, all geared towards us wanting to be a top 8 club. That is our strategy. we know we're ambitious. We're not there yet. We know that, but we're determined to do that.
I guess Leicestershire up in Division 1 at the moment are the prime example, really, of there's no reason for any county not to have ambition, and how quickly things can turn around. It wasn't that long ago that Leicestershire on that one unwanted run of how many seasons without a win, and now they're back in Division 1.
Yeah, we absolutely want to be in Division 1 in the Championship. I mean, we won the Blast in 2024, our first trophy since 2015. So, we've got recent, bit of recent success. But really, it's about having a sustainable future. So we do need to grow commercially. We want to ensure that, John Lewis has what he needs to ensure we're a top 8 club and competitive. So we're trying to build off the field as much as we are on the field.
What are the top 2 targets off the field? I think about 2 to win the over, but they'll settle on the single. 2-2-4 for 5.
I think really I'd start and end almost with our commercial growth. Bristol is a large city, a really diverse demographic. We have a large market to go after. We also, of course, play the greatest festival in the country. I'm going to say that, Kev, with the Cheltenham Cricket Festival.
You won't have me arguing, don't worry.
Yeah, okay, just
I mean, Uxbridge, Southgate, Merchant Sailors over the years, and Radlett, of course.
So yeah, we are trying to grow our commercial revenues. We can't rely on cricket alone. Cricket has 7 or 8 big paydays for us each year. That's not enough. So year-round conferencing and events is a big thing for us.
I remember listening to an interview, just saw a shot of Ed Seaborn there on the screen as well. You've also got the second best county commentator in the circuit in your ranks. But I remember listening to one of your predecessors before talking about the catchment area of Bristol and the surrounds in terms of, I think he was comparing it, and I say comparing it, I think he was superseding Manchester and Liverpool in terms of the potential of the catchment area of Bristol, and something that obviously it's been historically very difficult for Gloucestershire to tap into. I'm sure that will always remain on Gloucestershire's mind, but these things are easier said than done, aren't they?
It is a challenge, but you're absolutely right. We've got a big market to go after, so that's why we're so optimistic. I think we can be self-critical at times, and we haven't have we been banging down enough doors? So we've got a really ambitious strategy here. For growth across the board, our membership, general ticket, an audience, but year-round visitors. We got a fantastic product. If you eat our food in a conference, you're liking it, Kev. So we get good props there.
You were given good props from me. Best meal I've eaten in county cricket a couple of years back. It said. I think that got brought up in a forum, didn't it?
Yeah, it did.
I'm still waiting for that check, Neil.
I thought I transferred that.
But I mean, I remember we talk about the challenges of county cricket. I remember doing a T20 at Bristol, and this isn't Gloucestershire's fault. It's not taking any way at Gloucestershire. Scheduling. It was a mid to late May blast. It was when the blast was stretched out to those Friday nights across the season, just outside the line. So that deploy walk down the track. So you can't say saves him because it's part of his game, but yeah. It had all gone to Friday nights across the season to try and squeeze the living daylights out of the game. But it was Middlesex, Gloucestershire at Bristol. I'm pretty sure there was no floodlights at that point. 5:30 start on a Friday. It was pitch black, freezing cold, nobody there. And this isn't enticing anybody in Bristol to come in. I mean, we're going back to 2012, 13, 14 maybe.
Before my time there.
Exactly. But my point being, that wasn't Gloucestershire's fault. That was the scheduling.
Yeah.
But how can Gloucestershire then say to everybody, come on up to Neville Road, look at this is great? It really wasn't. It was a terrible advert. And indeed, Middlesex had something similar themselves against Gloucestershire when Brendan McCullum made his debut. A Thursday evening, early in the season, at Merchant Taylor School, Brendan McCullum's making his debut. It's pitch black, it's horrible, and it's not going to help the game.
Isn't that when he threw his bat to point and got caught his square leg? Or
Yeah, he hit 6 over the head of me and Bob Hunt and got out next ball.
Yeah, our schedule this year, so obviously we've had a tweak to the blast schedule, and look, we're pleased with it. We knew we weren't going to get the perfect schedule, and that's simply because we are one of the hosts of the Women's World Cup, and that takes place in Bristol from the 21st of June to the 27th. So that slightly tweaked our blast schedule. That's a one-off year, if we call it that. But the principle of Friday nights under the lights and Sunday afternoons with as many double headers as you can is one we think we can build from. So we've got some opportunity to go after this year. A couple of the match days are not your ideal, but we understand why. And we have one game where if England win their Football World Cup group, they'll have a 5 p.m. kick-off in the last 32, and we start at 7 p.m. against Northamptonshire. That could be the perfect day, but maybe we won't win our group.
Come on, England, do it for Gloucestershire.
Well, I thought we might have an outside chance of having an England player, because Max Alleyne, Mark's son, was doing really well at Manchester City, but then they went out and splashed some cash on Mark Gray. So, but we have got some football pedigree in the Gloucestershire family.
Didn't know that. Let's get him up here in this game. Of course, you're taking Ed Joyce with you as well. Talking of ex-links to MCC, because Mark Lane was MCC young cricketers. Ed Joyce, former Middlesex. Another one I can grab up here in the commentary box this game.
We also had, until the end of last season, Owen Dawkins was on our coaching staff, but he's now head coach up at Cricket Scotland. So we're delighted for him. That's a fantastic opportunity for him. But yeah, there's a few MCC young cricketer links there.
I mean, don't tell Joyce that I'm going to get him up here, because I think I'll have to put a bag over his head and drag him up. But he's coming up.
Has he promised you this?
No, I haven't told him yet, and he's not to be told. He is going to be kidnapped. Kicking and screaming, he'll be dragged up.
Well, you can't do a lap around Lords at the moment, can you? So it'd be easier to find him. He can't run away from you.
Yeah. Construction work at the Grey Skates.
Yeah, so I left MCC in January 2018. So the Warner stand had been built and had been running, but New Compton Edridge has gone since. It's fantastic here. Not a bad place to call your office.
How many years were you at the MCC?
15 years. Saw, probably all the range of cricket you could hope to see. World Cups, Ashes, an Olympic Games, bit of archery. Probably my favourite day ever, though, was the final of the ICC Women's World Cup, where England kind of plucked victory from the jaws of defeat against India, and it was doubly special for me because I'm born and raised in Bath, and I know the Shrubsole family quite well, and Anya grew up, I played some cricket with her dad at Bath, so for her to be the match winner was probably my favourite day in cricket here.
There was even Romeo and Juliet performed over there, wasn't there, on the balcony? Was that in your time as well? Of all the things you saw, do you remember that? They had the Shakespeare Company in.
Yeah, they did. I don't think I got too close to that one.
Give that one a wide berth in case it goes wrong. I think it was a success, wasn't it? It hasn't happened again since, though. The balcony at Lords was a good shout.
I think I remember. Wasn't there in 1999 a great big racket underneath the media centre. Was it?
I don't remember that one.
I'm going to say, was it Jules Holland? And there was a lot of complaints from members, and it was hard. It was hard to even think of the prospect of a concert for many years. But look, they do it spectacularly here, and I'm not just saying that because I used to work here. They really do put the finer touches on things.
I thought you were going to say I'm not just saying that because I want to come back one day. I thought I had a scoop. I thought I had an exclusive.
No, I'm absolutely loving my time at Bristol, and that's I'm a proud West Country boy.
Well, I definitely knew that from your time at MCC. What's the biggest challenge then for Gloucestershire at the moment? See, I gave you his run-up to think of that one as well. Again, checking the post. You might even get a wide to think about it now.
Look, I think any county that's not 100 host would say the biggest challenge is remaining relevant, but actually, can we compete? Can we be in the top 8? That's the biggest challenge. Now we're optimistic because we have a venue that's hosts international cricket. We are home. We host in a large city. But that's the challenge. Our strategy of where we want to get to includes absolutely, we would like to be that next 100 franchise. We are absolutely unashamed about singing about that. We feel that's the future for us. That's the future for Bristol. So that's the opportunity.
Straight to the point. Of course, one of the big talking points as well in recent years for Gloucestershire has been Neville Road and talk of a move away. Where are the county at with that at the moment? What's the thought process currently?
Very much a live project. So I suppose there's a few things going on. We have identified a piece of land in South Gloucestershire that we've signed non-legally binding heads of terms with.
It's finished. 2:30 for 5.
So we have a working project group from our board led by a gentleman called Richard Foley. A lot of work has gone in on that potential site and what that could mean in terms of a new stadium, ancillary facilities, second ground. We've engaged with a land agent to look at any other pocket of land in Gloucestershire, South Gloucestershire and the city of Bristol as a potential, and a big piece of work on the viability of Neville Road itself. What can we do there?
What's Neville Road's greatest challenge? I mean, I think I know the answer, but
I think Neville Road, its biggest strength is probably its biggest weakness. So it's rooted in its community. It's very close to Bristol city centre, and we have a loyal following, and it's right there on our doorstep. But it's also quite hard to get to. Well, if it's 7.5 acres. It's so we have to really box clever with our footprint, and we can't build out. So that therein lies the challenge there. And going hand in hand with those three facets of project work is the need for investment.
and again that will go hand in hand with the ambition to be a 100 side, that you'll want obviously that bigger foundation, that bigger footprint.
Well, move to a new stadium or stay at Neville Road, either option really does need some outside investment. I think we, though, are, as I've said, we're optimistic about our future. I think we've got a really nice story to tell, and I think there is a great investment opportunity for us when the time's right. So this project work will culminate. Not putting a firm timeline on it, because these things, there's some things you can't control on, so planning, applications, and the like. But this has moved at pace and will continue to move at pace, albeit you can't control all factors in something like this. So absolutely, it's still an area for the club that is on the table, and no firm decision has been made, albeit the board's strategy, the board's decision is, we do want to explore that stadium move.
So do you look at someone like Hampshire and you look at that external investment? Because obviously that's been quite an interesting move, hasn't it, Rob Branscoe, historically? It's been the man pumping the funding in there, which in itself was an external investment, wasn't it? But they've obviously changed ownership now.
Well, Hampshire, is a county that our project team have spent quite some time with to understand their journey, and obviously what they've built, the Utilita Bowl, which is so impressive. So yeah, Richard and colleagues have been tapping into the whole team down there, because ultimately they've been on that journey.
Evil 3 overs away here. We're talking away through it. The Middlesex are ticking, but it is that moment of the new ball really that everybody's waiting for, which actually is an opportune moment to have a natter, isn't it?
I just want to be greedy and say, wouldn't it be lovely if we had a little wicket just before we got the new ball?
I thought you were talking about the investment still. Good shot from Price, and Cracknell's been onto things pretty quickly today. He's on to 28 now. Middlesex 238 for 5.
I think we're coming back full circle, though. What we can't do is sit still, and we started our conversation talking about this big development we've done over the winter for the players and match officials area, and actually we just can't can't allow Neville Road to not be the best venue it possibly can be, and these world-class facilities will really help us and put us on the map there.
And I guess that's a difficult balance, isn't it, when you're looking for potentially a move, potentially this, potentially, you've got to keep Neville Road ticking in the meantime.
Yeah, you absolutely do. Any move is 5 years away. So the actual project was a bit of a no-brainer in terms of its payback time. Look, we have an international staging agreement that runs until 2031, but we can't rest on our laurels and be complacent. We need the venue to have world-class facilities. Our previous facilities in those areas were suboptimal. So we've more than answered that. So we'll continue to invest in Neville Road, and if something has a payback period of 5 years or less, then we're cracking on. We really do want to offer our players the very best facilities.
Blowing away at the moment. You can see the grey skies in the distance, but it is one of the brighter passages of play of the day out in the middle in front of us. Neil Prescott's alongside myself, Kevin Hand, the CEO of Gloucestershire County Cricket Club. Neil, that is, not me. I'm still in the same position I was in 23 years ago when we met, if you didn't hear that at the beginning. Happily so. Where else would I want to be?
You are, of course, welcome any time at Bristol, though, you know that.
Oh, well, I've got to come down for the food, haven't I? the electric car charging.
Well, we're going to install some more actually, Kevin. So make sure there's a reserve a space for you.
I'm not sure when Middlesex are down there this year. Actually, is it Cheltenham College this year, or is it? Let's have a look and see.
No, it's not a Cheltenham fixture.
It rained the 4 days pretty much of Cheltenham last year, didn't it, for Middlesex? 4 days on the balcony with Ed Seaborn. Fraction short again. Cracknell's looking to pick up on anything on length like that.
We had a fantastic festival last year at Cheltenham. It had struggled a little bit financially in recent years, and there was a total reinvigoration of the festival. We had Lancashire and then followed by Middlesex, and that just a bit of rain against your lot. It would have been even more glorious had we avoided some of the wet stuff, but it was a fantastic festival.
Second to last game of the season, trip to Bristol.
Promotion decided.
I was just about to say. .242 for 5. One over to the new ball.
Yeah, our women did host Middlesex at Cheltenham, and we should have won. We should have won. It was a glorious game, one we've learnt from, shall we say.
Come on, Oars in there for it. Tell me more. We've just got the words runouts from the back of the box. Is that where we leave it?
We go again this season.
Partnership on the board for Deploy and Cracknell, and as you can see, Cracknell's been the man that's made the running here, really supporting the skipper. It's been a positive impact here from Cracknell, because when you sat down, Neil, we were talking, Alan Coleman and I, that potentially get to that 250. That maybe there's still a chance for 300. Middlesex, obviously, through Cracknell's cameo. As things do change, and of course 2 seasons back we were talking about when excuse me, Zafar Gohar changed the game in Gloucestershire's favour, didn't he? One evening, and all of a sudden, third evening, the game swung in Gloucestershire's favour.
Yeah, I remember that. That was a fantastic match, and then you pinched him. Zaf was he's very popular in Bristol. He's still very welcome. Good cricketer, and obviously still to come in. So yeah, bring on the new ball.
Did you see the 6 he hit to beat Kent here last year? That one went viral. It was
yeah, I think we all were tuning into the stream at that point. That was
for the commentary, of course.
Of course, cracking game.
Isn't this a lovely sight to behold? Glorious bit of sunshine. A single to end the 80th over, 247 for 5. Neil, it's been lovely to see you again. genuinely well done on your rise to the top. Mate, keep going.
Thank you very much. Enjoyed a little stint here, but yeah, great to chat, Kevin, and really a lovely place for us to start the season. So thank you, and thank you to Middlesex for hosting us so well.
Good man. Neil Prescott, Chief Exec of Gloucestershire. Really good to catch up with him, and best to see him, and well, once this game is done, to Gloucestershire for the rest of the season. But yeah, really nice to get an insight into what's happening down at Gloucestershire now and for the future. And obviously bring you the insights as best we can here at Middlesex and the MCC as well. So a change of bandana for Leas deployed, all sweaty out in the middle, or is it the same one? Just taking a moment's pause and a drinks break. 16 overs remaining today. Sun's climbed back behind a cloud. Could well be the last bit for today. It's a little bit thicker in the distance there. New ball it is. Bell with it in hand. On the first delivery with the new ball, races for 4, and Joe Cracknell is seeing this like a beach ball at the moment. This is some innings, and it moves Middlesex ticking to 251 for 5, as I'm sure a smiling Alan Coleman sits back down alongside me.
Yeah, I've just been watching from below actually with some of the written media. Great view from behind the bowler's arm, and yeah, it's been a joy to watch the last 10 minutes or so.
It's been a good little passage, and Cracknell, a lot of credit to him here. This has been, I mean, you can't just call it a cameo. This is a cracking little innings here. I'd say it's innings changing or innings defining, but it's really given it a boost.
And I don't know if you touched on the first batting point there when you did, but first of the season, always a nice milestone to tick off.
To the first of Manly. Sorry, I might not have. 250 up, I don't know if I said the first one. But does that, of all the changes we talked about, a lot of changes actually, that's still probably one that a lot of us feel, 250 for the first batting point, really, in these conditions? Oh, it's another nice shot. Cracknell moves into the 40s. Will he do so with the boundary? It's keeping them interested. And oh, there goes a lump of the relayed hallowed turf at Lords.
Yeah, big divot taken out there. I think that was Miles Hammond chasing that.
Some grumblings down there. How's your lip reading?
I think that's Ryan there with a bubble out on. Ryan mainly oversees the nets and the nursery ground. Obviously, Carl's assistant works all over the place, but that's kind of his main domain.
Mick Hunt's had a grumble somewhere though, hasn't he? Looking down. What a mess of that. Oh, now he's pretty much taken that off the top of leg stump.
He has a very, very fine clip there. Just evades the diving Bracey away to his right. We could see it from this camera angle. We could see a little bit of stump. Deploy, will say, clearly under control. But we saw De Caires out earlier in the innings in a similar fashion. 258 for 5, Middlesex.
Who was it that said 250, but 300 would be nice? Nostra Coleman next to me.
We just said it was when Cracknell walked out, it was another partnership was needed, wasn't it? You see so many times 200 for 5 can quickly become 240 all out, you know, if you don't. And just stemming that tide with Cracknell and Deploy here. Partnership of 64, Cracknell's got 41 of those as the new batter. Deploy almost playing the anchor role here, allowing Cracknell to dominate the bowling so far. They've complemented each other very nicely.
So Williams feeling in. This is a reverse of how they began this morning with the first new ball. It's good to see Cracknell's confidence here, because that's been a big thing for him. He came in with a big bang, didn't he, into the side, and got that call up to the 100. And just obviously has had to battle his place the last couple of years.
Played that infamous shot, didn't he, from Overton in the T20 against Surrey here. Hit it into the clock tower, didn't he? Very dismissive. He played a similar pull shot earlier, didn't he, from that back of a length. Hugely talented. And struggled for consistency, but has just started putting things together. He's had a good run in the side since the middle of last summer. Played in all 3 formats of the game.
Saying at the time, and I think it's probably still true to say, that he's the first young batter to come through the Middlesex Academy to make that impact in T20. I think that's probably one area, you know, not being critical, just an overview of what we've seen. We've seen good young spinners to come through over the years and young seamers, but in terms of a young batter to come through and make an impact in the T20, Cracknell was probably the first. And there's a good example of it. He flows to 45, crunching drive through the covers. He looks in imperious form.
He does. It's not a T20, but this shot will go well in any format. Bit of width from Williams, touch over pitched, touch full, and Cracknell's just lent into it, timed it beautifully into the grandstand there. What a lovely view that is from that. Saw the way there that Cracknell, from that side view, just transferred his weight into the ball. Very controlled. 262 for 5. And that's the other bit of Cracknell's game that he's very, very good at. He's very busy between the wickets there, and as soon as that came off his left hip down towards deep square leg, you knew that he would be coming back for 2. He's that proactiveness really helps him and keeps his feet moving when he bats, always looking to score. And when he's playing this way, when he's looking to score, that's when he's at his best.
Well, what a way to bring up your 50. Second half century of the summer for Middlesex, following his skipper at the other end. And Cracknell raises his bat. A little signal to the dressing room as well, but it looks like a man who's got his head down and his bit between his teeth at the moment.
It's fair to say that'll be a popular 50 in the changing room as well. They're all obviously popular when your teammate gets 50, but Joe, an incredibly good team man, gives a lot to the group in so many ways, not only with his cricket skills on the field. And a very dismissive shot there, again through the offside. Williams just misses wide again. Cracknell touch upish, but the ball flies well in front of point to take him to 50.
That's always the mark of Cracknell, though, isn't it? That you say as he's hit that on the up, hit it upish as well, but I don't think he minds that. From what I see of him, he's crunched that ball, hasn't he, quite decisively, and he's a very positive player. And of course, that century last year, his return to the side,
It just got him on his way, didn't it? Just gave him that confidence that he can perform at this level. It's great to see such an impact. And a pretty full balcony there to cheer him on.
Oh, the new coach looks cold.
Still got his shorts on though. You notice, doesn't like wearing trousers and doesn't like giving in. And that's that ankle roll that we were just talking about a moment ago. Deploy just across his stumps, clips it down to deep square leg for a single, takes his score himself to 95. But it's Cracknell who's been doing the scoring, and Deploy just happy to turn the strike over and let Joe Cracknell continue to try and dominate the bowling.
Just turned 26, Joe Cracknell. 11 first-class games. Oh, and another one, the timing. Is it going to go right into the corner?
Yeah, lovely control clip there for 3. Hands the strike back to Deploy. 4 off the first 2 balls of Bell's over. You got Joe's statistics up here, and he's played 62 T20 games now. I know a couple of those in, when he was called up to the 100, but 62 T20 games of cricket for Middlesex, and Middlesex will be hoping to count on that experience now that he's got.
Well, I was going to say, to some extent, almost in old speak for spinners, but for wicket keepers as well, you were more mid-20s, weren't you, when you were starting to come to the fore? Even spinners to some extent, they're looking at late 20s in the old days, weren't they? But, for a keeper, 26 years of age, 11 first-class matches, right, slightly light maybe on the 11 matches front, but again, in old speak, not necessarily. Keepers were wily old characters, weren't they, as opposed to young upstarts.
Yeah, I think it's a very good point, and they were. I think back to early 2000s at Middlesex, had David Nash and David Lane both competing for the spot. Ben Scott, obviously a Middlesex wicketkeeper, was at Surrey at that point, sitting there as understudy, learning his skills. Gloucestershire had Williams, I think it was Reggie Williams, who sat below Jack Russell for a long time as well. So it was an older skill. We've seen a dominance of younger keeper batters now.
A little bit of width on that one, shaping away from him. Cracknell happy to let flow with the bat. A little edgy, a little bit wide, chasing it somewhat.
Yeah, a bit of width, very full from Bell, bit of width. Cracknell's thrown his hands through it. That point is back on the boundary, so I guess an element of safety in that from Cracknell's perspective. Ball's on a lot finer than that. Takes him on to 58. 9 off this Bell over so far.
We pass it Deploy soon. .83 done, 277 for 5. These two came together, scoring 194 when Higgins departed just after the interval. Partnership's 83, of which Cracknell has 58. There you go. Not bad going. Quite say it's game or even innings defining just yet, but obviously Gloucestershire will still look back somewhat on the drop catches today. They'll know that they bowled pretty well, but they haven't caught. I think
as that score creeps towards hopefully a number that starts with a 3 for Middlesex, Gloucester now have to bat well in their first innings. If Middlesex are 220, 230 all out here, it takes a lot of the pressure off the team batting second. If that score gets to 300 or beyond, Gloucester will know that they've now got to bat well. It's imperative to bat well in innings 1.
That ball's moving pretty immediately here, isn't it? It was an element of the lack coming off this morning, wasn't there, before we saw any particular movement?
There was, yeah. It seemed around early on, and then it started to swing, didn't it? 12, 14 overs in, as these balls often do. Duploy just steers one out to deep point. It was a position that former head coach here, Stuart Law, of a few years ago used to despise, was bowlers having a deep point. He felt that it was just a very easy single for the batter to drop it into the space.
The Andrew Strauss position, that was his thing with Cat. Whenever Strauss came back to Middlesex and the skipper nipped off the field, you wouldn't have to look to see if the skipper had nipped off or not, because you just see point and square leg had dropped back and you're like, oh, skipper's nipped off because Strauss is in charge. Wow, that's kind of where I was going a minute ago in what I was saying about they haven't caught well, but they bowled well. It seems like there's enough in this surface. The ball's coming out nicely. This is the second ball now, obviously, so you can obviously not just say it was the first ball was useful.
Yeah, that's the kind of delivery that might just wake up Toby Rowland-Jones in the changing room from his potential nap that he's having at the moment.
Any sign of him? Nope, he's inside. Robbo looks as though he's ready for a nap. Nail biting for the new coach.
It's always an indication, isn't it, of how well you're playing. If that balcony is full, it means that you're playing some good cricket generally. Will not be warm up there either. It's one of the coldest places to watch cricket. .278 for 5, 84 overs. Looks like a change of bowling here. Taylor just in the top right of the screen there was just taking off his jumper, although he may be putting it back on. Oh yep, it's gone back on again. Assume because of a light reading here, it has got a bit gloomy.
Grey stuff over there. It's broken up enough, I think, to give us a chance, but there's one or two heavier ones, isn't there, that just need to blow on their way pretty quickly here. Some lighter stuff in the distance.
Still going to be Bell from the nursery end.
Saying it's a funny light all afternoon. Now it is more towards that light we're accustomed to, where the natural light has been overtaken by the artificial. But as I say, I think there's enough lighter skies around Lords which will keep the umpires enthused for a little while.
And again, my personal view, I think these are conditions we need to be playing red ball cricket in. I think it's this would be, the umpires could easily take you off in these. Yes, there are shadows around the players, but it's a great bat and ball contest at the moment.
It's a nice shot. Yeah, Dickie Bird used to be of the mindset, unless it's thunder and lightning, get on with it.
And it's an entertainment sport. There's the paying public are enjoying some early season cricket. I think these should be, in my view, conditions that we should continue to play.
Probably neither side would want to come off at the moment, because both would see the benefit right now. You've got two set batters from Middlesex's perspective who'd probably want to stay out there. But equally, Gloucestershire will think we've got a new ball. It's doing a bit. We're in the game. We just need to hold our chances.
Yeah, I think so. I think if there's, in theory, 11.3 overs left of the day, and I think both teams would be happy at the moment to stay out there. As you say, if Gloucestershire can pick up 2 wickets here, swings it right back into the balance. If Middlesex can navigate this period at the scoring rate that has been in recent overs, so yeah, still lots of cricket to be played today, and plenty of people sitting around Lords who are here to enjoy it.
The chat. I think they're looking at that lighter stuff over the pavilion, whether they can see it. No, we're going to go. It is. We get a better view up here. You can see Lewis Deploy is thinking, I'd prefer stay out there. At least I think that's what he's saying, or he's saying, yep, you're right, umps, but I'd imagine he's saying we'd stay out. We've got the vantage up here to see those lighter skies in the distance, but actually it's quite easy to forget that when you're down there in the middle, you don't quite have that same view of the surrounds.
And the stands are tall and they're steep. They're not. It's not, you know, huge. It's not like a slow gradient of the stands here. So you do, when you're out there, they do feel like they're on top of you. So I do understand it. As I said, disappointing, I think, that we go off at this point for both teams, as you rightly said. Deploy on sitting there on 98, Cracknell going beautifully on 66, but Gloucestershire still feeling that they're a wicket break this partnership and that they could pick up a couple of wickets very quickly, which would really restore the balance. But that man on the screen there, Deploy, supported by Joe Cracknell, 2 outstanding efforts there, very different innings throughout the day, but Deploy getting the plaudits from his teammate there and from the pavilion crowd as well as he wanders off.
Yeah, he's getting the clap of the helmet from behind him by Cracknell, but actually Cracknell's innings really deserves a huge amount of credit. Well, there you go, you can see those clouds kind of blowing in. They're blowing pretty quickly as well, but it is 5 to 6, so first day of the season. We might have said we'd have taken this if it was offered start of the day, 84 overs.
I think so. On April the 3rd to play 84 overs, considering the conditions that we faced at 10 o'clock this morning. Let's not forget it was drizzling. It was pretty wet out there at times, and the ground staff managed to get the covers off and get us on and get us playing on time, which was an outstanding effort. And then to see, just shy of 90 overs of cricket on day one is not a bad effort at all. But Ben Debenham and Jack Chantry are still out in the middle. They haven't given up hope yet.
There's a chance, isn't there? There's a slight chance, but it's about a 10 or 15 minute window, absolute tops, isn't it? So we'll take a break here on the stream for now. If there is any more action, we'll be back. There is a chance, but it is slight because of the time of day, 6 o'clock. But good day all round, I think. Both sides will have a lot to take out of today. Gloucestershire will obviously be thinking they've got a lot to do first thing tomorrow morning to make sure this doesn't get out of control. If that is it for the day, then please do join us back first thing tomorrow morning. And many thanks to all the guests we've had today, including the man next to me, Alan Coleman, for the company. We'll take a break here on the live stream. If play is to resume, we'll be back imminently. But for now, though, the live stream in association with Daffabet, it's Bad Light stops play with Middlesex, 279 for 5.